see your eyes in every stranger. I replay the way that we were till I'm high. No, it's not right. I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. When you're gone, and you probably just forgot me, yeah, you're moving on. But I can't let go, 'cause I'm still sleeping with the moments, lying with your ghost. Now I'm pacing around my living room. I get drunk on the thought of you and you're not mine. But I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. Heart overhead, and I guess I love to watch the way you make me into a mess. I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. I miss you kissing me like you used to, like only you do. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. You know that the things are never as good as the bad, and your love is better than anything I've ever had. Oh, I miss you missing me like you used to, yeah, like you used to. For a minute in the quiet, it feels like it was before. I get lost just for a moment, thinking I'm not where I am. And I didn't want to feel this way, tired of being out of place. Give me a one-way ticket out of here someplace I know I can't be happy. It's not in my head. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself. Was it something in the wind? Was it meant to be pulled apart from everything I knew, like golden leaves when it's their time to fall? But I didn't want to feel this way, tired of being out of place. Give me a one-way ticket out of here someplace I know I can't be happy. It's not in my head. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I can sit and cry about reasons why I'm in this mess, but what good is that? What a waste of breath. It's a fine line, thinking about the words unsaid and setting me free from my chest. I feel so low, I'm not myself. I feel so low, I'm not myself.
Let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-4-way. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left hand. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessive nature, now the world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold.
The APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，财运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中拿到了参赛名额，他们这个比赛会更加认真，所以我也是还蛮看好外卡玩家的。
I feel like so best being picked as wild card. I play a lot on poker on natural age. My favorite emoji was airpiece. I just pick the emoji like way more often than average players.
每把都有3 bet， 说是入池率最高的，掉的最快。上来这个 Planetary 一把牌就掉了入池。
I played total like less than 2 minutes probably. I mean, I have jacks small blind against the gun 3 bet. Went with it and he had kings. It's quite a fun format because you don't normally get to play like winner takes all 10 goals anymore, and I just think it gives the wildcard also a very good experience to play with different types of players.
I've watched APT grow from the old APT to the new era, and an event run by poker players is like the best ever for a poker tournament.
That's a snap call.
Danny holds here, that is it. 86% to win the trophy, 17,000 USD. Wow, that does it.
Congratulations to Danny Tang of Hong Kong winning the APT All-Star Showdown. How do you feel right now?
Good, yeah. My first APT trophy ever since the new era.
We have a Thai, we have a couple of Taiwan, Japanese. So it's like Asian, some of the best from Asia, right? And it's good to have heads-up Hong Kong flags, you know. I'm always proud of playing from Hong Kong, being from Hong Kong, and it's a fun format for sure. I think any time, any trophies, it means something, you know, and it's just good to win. I don't have one in my shelf, so it's good to have one now.
Alvin, look at what's in my mystery bounty.
Okay.
Saranghae.
Greg,
Yes.
look what is in my mystery bounty. Let's go bounty hunting!
Not bad, 5 million. Welcome to the final final day of the Mystery Bounty Hunter. There are 511 entries, but only 73 left remaining starting day 2. Now, all 73 players are guaranteed a min cash, but more importantly, they can all start bounty hunting. Sack a player, win a bounty, with the grand prize mystery bounty being 30 million Korean won. Let's see who wins it.
有个4给他搞定啊。
0 is really good for you. You want 1 more 0.
0 or 4 is very good.
Whoa. Okay. Next one, very important. Hey, 3 million, not bad.
这个。
就这个是吧？
Hey, 2 million, not bad.
500万。
500万。
You know, it's 20 million, bro. It's 20 million. Okay, it's you.
Oh, that's good. You want another 0? Hey! 30 million! It's 31! How are you feeling right now? This is the 4th bounty pull of the day, and you won the grand prize.
I feel cool.
Yep, it's gone. Sorry. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to the lovely Landing Casino here at the beautiful Jeju Shinhwa World Resort on Jeju Island, South Korea. I'm here because in just 2 short months, there are going to be 65 poker tables and thousands of poker players here vying for over 5 billion Korean won in guarantees. That's almost $4 million US. And they're going to be able to win that with all of the APT staples, the double stack, the mini main, the mystery bounty, the cup, high roller, super superstar, and of course, our featured event, the main event. It has a 2 billion Korean won guarantee. That's approximately 1.5 million USD in guarantees for just that event. So when you want to see a completed schedule, you're going to want to click this link and you will find the full schedule of all the amazing events we're going to have with you at APT Jeju 2024. Also, for the first time in over a year, the APT is going to have cash games. There's at least 15 tables of cash games going on here, with buy-ins as low as 1,000, 3,000 Korean, which is about 75 cents, 225 on the blinds, all the way up to, well, all the way up. And once you've won everything that you can win here, there's so much to explore here, both inside the property and on Jeju itself. There's a water park, a theme park, a bunch of restaurants for when you get hungry from being at the water park and the theme park, all these shops with these amazing brands that everybody knows and loves. And if you leave the property, there's half a dozen golf courses, a bunch of local villages where you can learn all about Korean culture. There's a bunch of waterfalls, some beautiful sunrise and sunset views. There's a bunch of UNESCO World Heritage sites that you can go to. And I'm reliably informed there's mermaids. I'd tell you what all those were in Korean, but everybody here was making fun of my Korean, so you're gonna have to read about it in Ben's Ultimate Guide to APT Jeju 2024. Right, enough of my sales pitch. You already know why you should be here, and quite frankly, I have to go explain how to play Badoogie to the regulators here so I can put it in the schedule. So, come here and hang out with me April 26th to May 5th. It wouldn't be the same without you. Trademark pending.
Hey Ray， 你怎么在这里排队？
No, I'm just helping our friend to register for some tournament.
哦，还是我们一起去那里打2把牌？
Okay.
APT 济州岛2024已经如火如荼的拉开序幕。
And running from now until the 5th of May, APT Jeju has 86 trophy event and has more than 5 billion Korean won in guaranteed prize pool.
4月27号银狮子好客赛，5月4号铜狮子好客赛。
And the 2 billion Korean won guaranteed main event starts on April 29.
千万不要错过这些精彩的赛事，我们诚挚的邀请你一起来玩。
And if you're following from home, you can follow our daily coverage of the series and the daily streams starting with the APT All-Star Showdown. I'm all in.
Go, I go. I'm all in. This is? Class, I have a class. Yes. 如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 APT Poker。I have a class.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of APT Jeju. It is the final day of the Korean National Cup. There were 404 entries, generating a prize pool of 282 million Korean won, with first place taking home 55 million Korean won and the coveted APT Lion Trophy. We started day 2 with 58 entries, but we will be playing down to just one. Hana.
400 entries in a live event is not super huge, but it's neither small. So, yeah.
ラッキーばっかりで何回も、ピンチがあったんですけど、だいぶラッキーしてチップ増やすことができたんで。
国家杯现在剩下最后12个人嘛，希望我可以成功进到 Final Table， 然后冲击冠军。
The final table was made up of Yuki Sakamoto of Japan, Zhi Yanxu of China, Tao Wei Chang from Taiwan, Hiroki Manabe from Japan, Mambajov Ekbold from Mongolia, Hao Wang from Taiwan, Caleb Chu Manfei from Hong Kong. In the end, it was Chan Keon from Hong Kong to emerge champion after beating Huang Haoshan from Taiwan in the heads-up battle.
我覺得好開心啦，亦都好覺得自己好彩啦，因為我係第一次參加 APT 同埋任何聯賽嘅，呢個都係我贏過生涯最大嘅獎金。一路拎啲牌都算靚咁樣，咁就好順利咁樣就打到入決賽啦。咁有啲時候 back beat 咗對手咁樣，好彩都贏到咯，都係覺得自己好彩。係啦，咁好多謝啲同事朋友啊，咁所以先可以贏到個比賽。Thank you。
皆さんこんにちは。日本で活動しているクルスうさこです。こんにちは。次回の APT はチェジュで開催されます。 APT がチェジュで開催されるのは今回が初めてなので、ぜひ皆さんに遊びに来てほしいです。
チェジュで会いましょう。
チェジュでお会いしましょう。
チェジュで会いましょう。
はい、APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。一緒に交換しましょう。
チェジュに行きましょう。
チェジュで待ってます。
皆さん APT チェジュでお待ちしてます。僕と APT チェジュで握手。
4月26日から5月5日まで開催されます。詳しくは apt.poker をチェックしてください。待ってます。
APT All-Star Showdown.
So today I'm gonna play the All-Star Challenge. It's like an invitational event with the best of the poker players.
这种比赛在这个普通的赛制里面很难遇到。
这个应该就是一个9人桌的 sit and go 吧，算是。
Everybody is really good. I think Punat and Danny Tang are really great players. Better than me for sure, but I can still bluff them one time.
所以其实还是看自己发挥怎么样，财运怎么样，我觉得这个才是最重要的。其实外卡玩家参赛的话，我觉得肯定更加有竞争力，因为他们从这么多参赛人员当中。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to Day 4 of the APT here in Jeju, South Korea. Today, we have the Day 1 of the Superstar Challenge, a nearly 25,000 USD entry, and we are going to be watching some high-stakes regs battle it out. These guys are some absolute crushers, and we have some great poker coming up here. How excited are you, Vidir?
Super pumped. 30 million Korean won, to be precise, is the entry. That's about as big as it gets at this festival and any other festival, really. We have the best of the best, as you mentioned, Sam. They've been battling it out. 36 entries, which is always amazing to see the amazing support that these high rollers have provided us. Down to, let's see, 21 entries or so, which means some 15 painful eliminations, but 21 hopefuls trying to get into the money. That's going to be 5 people, given the starting field. And of course, the final table, the fake final table, in a way, it will be about 9 people. As we inch our way towards it, that's where we might end the day, unless, of course, the players want to keep going.
Indeed, and up top is 272,000 US dollars. That is no small chunk of change. These players are very used to battling it out. We have some players with over $15 million in live earnings. We have bracelet winners. Everyone is here to take home the top prize and the trophy.
Well, for a while, we were curious who all would join. Of course, the high rollers wake up late, stroll in late, buy in late, 22,000 USD, 30 million Korean won. No problem. We saw Elki come into the mix. We have Joseph Jong, who's actually going to be on our feature table. It's going to be a whole host of characters, 21 players left, as we mentioned. 8 of them on our feature table. Some of them you might know if poker high roller scene is what you follow. Otherwise, we'd be happy to tell you all about them. And don't forget what you see on your screen. Our streaming schedule, 29th. Today, of course, day 1 of the Superstar Challenge. Might go down all the way to the finish. Otherwise, we cover the rest of it tomorrow. Also, some of the Natural 8 events. You see Natural 8 Hong Kong, Natural 8 Influencer Invitational. That's 2 days from now. Tomorrow will be the APT Thailand exclusive final table. And then the main event kicks off. In terms of streaming, that is, main event day 1A actually live as of today. What a way to kick it off this Monday. We have exceeded our expectations and entries. The main event is guaranteed for 2 billion, that's with a B, Korean won. That's almost 1.5 million USD. And day 1A has not disappointed. It's not too late, by the way, to register for day 1A. If you are indeed around the venue or fly down, register for day 1B or 1C and 1D. That are going to be day after. And then, of course, we have day 2 on Thursday. You can still buy in, by the way, in the first level of day 2. We missed the graphic there. I apologize. 272,000 USD up top to the winner. All the way down to 70,000 for 5th place and everything in between. Not too shabby a return, by the way, Sam here. The 3x as the min cash. That means a lot more to fight for. And actually, the players remaining has gone up 2 more entries. So 23 players remaining out of the 36 that's signed up. Average big, 40. Not too shabby. That's exactly what you want. Deep stack play for the high rollers. The prize pool an incredible 735,000 USD. New records being set in Korea by the APT as always. 272,000. What do you think that gets you, Sam, in Asia?
Oh, in Asia, I think a Ferrari costs the same in Asia as it does back home. I think you can get yourself a very nice Ferrari for that.
I like it. I like where your head is at. As we pan across the beautiful landing casino here at Jeju Shinhwa Resorts. All kinds of events are on, but this is the one to worry about. The Superstar Challenge, 22,000 USD or so is the buy-in. And we see 7 of the superstars on the table. One of them just joining. Some familiar faces, not just at the APT, but indeed globally. I spotted Joseph Chong, perhaps most famous for his WSOP main event run, but frankly, just a mainstay in the tournament scene globally. A lot of you might recognize Andy Liu there, Wing Po Liu from Hong Kong, seat number 1. Sam, he is well known for his poker accomplishments, bracelet winner as of last year, but also for his, well, I hate to mention this at every stop, but it must be said once and for all perhaps. He does look a lot like Rampage, doesn't he?
He does indeed. And that bracelet you're talking about, he won at the World Series of Poker Rosvadaz. That is a 5K PLO, so he's definitely versed in a multitude of games here. And over here we have Tian Yun Tang, who goes by Terry. So Terry Tang raising up the pocket 10s in the cutoff. And we'll see Calvin over here defend with a Jack-4 of diamonds. Gonna take a flop here. Very nice hand to kick us off. And a 9-7 deuce flop. Not too bad for the pocket 10s. No club in either player's hands here, but definitely worthy of a C-bet here. Got to get some protection here, and it doesn't have to be too large, and don't think we'll see Calvin float here. Some very deep stacks here. 118 bigs and 67 bigs. And here we have our stacks. Terry Tang leading the table, 126 big blinds, followed up by Joseph Cheong with 86 and our short stack. I missed that.
Dealer change early on. That's because we're starting in the middle of the level. Just a reminder, we started the event at about 11 a.m. and late reg was open just about until the minute we started streaming. You see there, level 11. These are 40-minute levels. 23 remaining, 5 people played, 5,000, 10,000. With the 10,000 ante is the current level. You can even spot how small the increments are, thanks to this being the Superstar Challenge. We want as much intense, complicated poker as possible. Next level is 6,000, 12,000. Kosei Ichinose from Japan, under the gun with 10-9 suited. 1.3 million US in lifetime earnings for him.
Gondala's Leo in chat. Punat in action. Indeed he is. He is not at our feature table though. He is sitting over with Elki actually. Some very nice hands here. A couple of 10-9 suiteds. Shao here with the ace-6 of diamonds in the cutoff. A little bit of decision here. Does he want to squeeze versus under the gun open or just flat? And he is going to raise it up here, 60K. A little bit of a smaller sizing, but he is only on 26 big blinds here.
Fearless. Chooses violence.
I like it.
Squeezing against the under the gun open. With shorter stacks than both the players in the hand. And goes for a small size. I mean, this is some advanced poker. Not sure I can wrap my head around it. Does get a call from the 10-9 suited, considering the pot odds on offer. I should say, does get a call from one of the 10-9 suiteds. Surely Terry cannot dream of folding. 37K to call, 168K in the middle. And the hijack would be squeezed in between the on the gun open and of course the player in position who has 3-bet. Big flop incoming. There's an ace. Makes life a lot easier. Ace, 8-4 rainbow. 1 diamond, 1 heart. Backdoors for everyone. But Xiao, Long Zhang, has a lock on the hand. Oh, there we go. The players' photos have popped up. Was curious about that. 2 players from China in the hand. Ichinose, in case it wasn't obvious, from Japan.
Terry thinking about his options here. He does have some backdoors. Oh, it's not really a board that a hijack can credibly raise besides pocket 4s, really, and 8s. And he does let it go. Longshang Xiao is going to pick up the first pot here. Second pot. See there, Andy Liu, our short stack with 5 big blinds. Still in it though, still anyone's game. We've seen bigger comebacks than this before.
This stream, of course, a bit unexpected on the schedule. Thanks to the dynamics of how this event has played out. I believe the plan, as of now, keeping in mind this is subject to change, is to play down to what would be the effective final table. As of the schedule, we play down until about 11 p.m. That's level 16. See where things are at, and then, in fact, leave it up to the players in case they want to finish things off tonight.
Yeah, some players, if they're in the zone, they may want to just continue playing. Others may want some time to rest, relax, maybe have some dinner reservations, or check out the stream, see how their opponents are playing, and pick up some reads perhaps. These are some very high stakes. I don't imagine anyone being able to sleep when they can just come back, watch the stream, and watch some very key hands as they battle for this $272,000 up top.
Well, a lot of these guys have won to the tune of $1.5, $1.3 million. You mentioned a range in the beginning, Sam. I think you were way off there because Joseph Chong has over 18 million US in lifetime earnings.
Yes, yes he does.
He's in fact 59th on the all-time money list. Double digits on the all-time money list is quite a brag.
Indeed. See Terry Tang raising it up under the gun, opting for a 2.3x sizing. The pocket 8s. And easy as pie.
We had a fun table, the Natural 8 Taiwan final table earlier today. It actually ended in what I can only describe as utter chaos and madness thanks to the chip leader just forcing the issue in every hand, raising, re-raising, and hero calling. Did come to bite him though towards the end. But he certainly knew what the responsibility of a table captain is. I wonder if Terry Tang, having over 100 bigs on this table, is of the same mentality. Terry, one of China's top players, over 870,000 in live earnings.
Yeah, and he's actually having a pretty good run here. Just 4 days ago in the 30K super high roller, finished in 5th place to take home $72,000. Looking to top that, I imagine, today.
Ace Jack versus Jack 8. Ace high board, but an 8 as well, and 2 clubs. Terry could be gearing up to lose some chips here. Perfect situation for Xiaolong Zhang. Decent size bet as well. Pretty credible since the board is pretty wet. 2 clubs, some connected straight draws possible. Ah, never mind. Slightly graphical error. Goes 18k. That is what I've come to expect at top levels, such as the one we're watching right now. 1/3 pot or so. Oof. How do they do it, Sam? How do you take the chip lead in the Superstar Challenge, go up, dominate it, make your opponent flop top pair, good kicker, and then just hit the 2-outer?
We're watching it right now. We haven't seen many leads in the past few days. I wonder if these players are just checking range, as it's a very tough thing to balance. Imagine we'll see Terry go for some value here. Ooh, that looks big. Is that an overbet? Indeed, slight overbet of 100k. This is about a quarter of Longshan Xiao's stack here. It's a tough decision.
Oh,
wow.
my word.
Apparently it is not a tough decision. He made that fold look easy.
How did he do that? He's chopping with all aces, so I understand he thinks he's at best calling for a chop against value, but obviously missed draws possible. Very polarizing, trying to essentially put his opponent into the blender to choose between those missed draws and a value hand. Did have a soul read, I think, in that one. That's almost like making money by folding. Well played, sir.
Very well played.
We do lose 2 players on the outer table. You can see at the top of the screen, 21 players now remaining. Mikhail in chat says, hello, hello. Hello, Mikhail. And somebody whose screen name is 32 years old says, yo. Well, yo. In case you are supporting or curious about any player on the outer tables, just like Gundales was asking about the legend from Thailand, Mr. Punat Punsri, you can simply go to apt.poker, find the event in the Jeju section, and check out the live reporting. We cover all our featured events, and this is certainly one of them. Here we go. Andy Liu finds the ace-queen. Calvin had raised with the pocket 9s, and Joseph Chong wakes up with pocket 10s. 83 bigs on the button. Simply flat calling. Wonder what Calvin does when it gets back to him.
That is a tough spot with pocket 9s, isn't it? He might want to raise. Might be a bit scared that he's getting trapped by Joseph. I don't think he can fold, though.
I don't think he can raise, actually, just because... Oh, sorry, graphical error again. I was going to say Joseph had cold called, which is actually going to reek of strength. A 4-bet, tough to say, reeks of more strength, I would argue, but at least it's a little more polarized. A simple cold call just looks so strong. Versus 9s. Joseph has gone for the isolation, not giving too much credit to the undergun +1 open. And the raise has been called. Those green chips, 25,000 apiece. Blue chips, 5,000 apiece. Yellows, 1,000. 250k in the middle. SPR effective is about 2x, maybe 2.3 or so. If it comes low cards, we might have some action on our hands.
The side pot isn't too large here, and 10-8-6. Joseph here with top set. Andy Liu in really rough shape here. But Calvin has a little piece here. He does have the gut shot straight draw to go along with his pocket nines. Keep in mind the main pot is probably around 190K with the side pot being 60. So there isn't too much incentive for one of these two players to bluff at it. And Calvin is going to lead out here for 45K.
Uh-oh. Now the side pot isn't dry by any means. Joseph simply cannot flat call. The fact that his opponent bet out should mean that he wants to be involved in this spot. And Joseph has a monster. I think he raises and his opponent insta-mucked. There we go. Nice little donk there, by the way, by the pocket nines, actually. And managing to lose the minimum.
It does make sense, and I just said last hand we're not seeing very many leads here. But Calvin, on a board that does make quite a bit of sense. But back to the hand, Andy Liu in a lot of trouble here, and that is going to seal the deal for him. Eliminated in 21st place.
We'll be seeing more of him in the main event, I'm sure. Could actually just hop in. Late reg still open for main event flight 1A. That's the one everybody's been talking about. 263 entries for flight 1A. Here on a Monday in Jeju. Incredible. Thank you so much to all the players for all the support. The buy-in is just 2.5 million Korean won. That equates to about 1,800 USD. And for that, you have a guarantee of 2 billion Korean won, which equates to about 1.5 million USD. Just thinking that through, Sam, I think we're looking at easily 300K plus main event winner score.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds right. For turning 1,800 into 300K.
That's going to be wild.
That'll be the trip to remember. And it's not too late to come down, especially if you're around the area. We do have Flight A running today. Flight B will be tomorrow. Flight C on Wednesday. And we actually have Flight D on Wednesday night as well. And if you're here before 11 a.m. on Thursday, you can still enter day 2 before the cards are in the air. Kosei Ichinose here with the ace-queen suited in the hijack, bumping it up to 20K, opting for that min-raise size.
Just check real quick, by the way, Sam. As with most APT events, if you enter day 2, actually start with 25 bigs. Not too shabby.
That's not bad. 25 bigs.
I'll tell you what really messes with your head is if you're in day 1 and you manage to survive the day, but it's under 25 bigs, which is going to happen to many players. How do you feel? Could have just bought in day 2 for 25 bigs.
Oh, yeah. That one's rough.
Hey, but then you wouldn't have had the fun of playing day 1 and bagging it up.
And you still definitely have a chance to win here. A couple of quite strong hands here. Daniel opting just to call here. Going to take a 3-way flop. Both players dominated by Kosei. And a 9-3-4. Very interesting flop. Kosei, the best hand is, doesn't really catch a piece, but Daniel, the nut flush draw here, and Xiao Longsheng with the queen high flush draw. This could get spicy. Kosei looking at chips here. It's not a great board for him against the blinds, but is going to opt for a, looks like 25K c-bet, about 1/3. And I imagine we're going to see some aggression here. It's just 20K c-bet here. Just a call from the queen high flush draw from Xiao. Here's the raise from Daniel. Bumping it up to 80,000.
This is a tense moment. A diamond, needless to say, would be disaster. But both these players are going to feel mighty comfortable with their holdings. 2 overs and a flush draw for Longshang. 1 over and a flush draw, but a nut flush draw for Daniel. King of Hearts gives that extra gut shot out. Oh wow, and a fold from the nut flush draw. 14 bigs, causing a lot of discipline. This is, like I said, Sam, some high-level poker indeed. Longshang there, making the most of his draw, getting the better draw to fold. Still thinking through that hand. I can review it right now. Kosei actually led out with the ace-queen high there. Longshang calls the 2 overs and the flush draw. Gets raised by the nut flush draw. Calls the raise and leads out on the flop on the King of Hearts and gets the job done.
Featuring 400 buy-in, 20,000 starting chips and 15 minutes to reach triple level. Once again, 11 minutes starting time for No Limit Omaha double board.
Daniel just calling with a 9-7 off here in the small blind. Calvin gonna take a free flop. King Jack 8 doesn't connect too much with either player, but Daniel can still have the strongest hands and has an okay gut shot. He's gonna lead out here for 1 big blind, 10,000 to the middle. Picks up a few much needed big blinds there.
Players clearly settling in. Making some moves though. Still not over that unique Queen Jack suited line taken by Longshang.
Oh, Joseph pick up the ace king off here under the gun. Easy raise here. Joseph's opting for the 20K min raise here. And unfortunately doesn't get any action here.
That announcement is for our event. The blinds going up 6,000, 12,000. I think only Daniel has something to worry about there in terms of his stack reducing ever so slightly. Terry Tang absolutely in control. Joseph crossing the 100 BB mark there. That's the 1 million mark as well. Not too shabby. 250k was the starting stack for the tournament. Ichinose hovering around that level, and the rest of the table has managed to double it. Calvin Lee and Longshang. They may have entered at varying times, but this event has been on since 11:15 a.m., so that's 8 hours plus. Another couple of hours to go minimum. Imagine owning up the money, Sam, and then just battling with the best for the next 12 hours.
That's got to be mentally draining. I don't know how these guys do it.
On a Monday.
On a Monday, too.
King on the flop. Life seems pretty good. There is an ace, though. Joseph finds the board too dry. Wants to go probably for a delayed c-bet. Ichinose has a good hand to check call with here. Joseph doesn't oblige. And an 8 is perhaps one of the few cards that Ichinose can get value from. Time to start betting, sir. Bet your own hand, please. Gotta get some value. Can rep all kinds of missed air, really. Just taking a stab on the river there, and the 8 should make Joseph pay off. Never mind, he's too good. He's too good. Mere mortals like me would just toss in the chip. It's only 2 bigs. I have 100 and something of them. Not Joseph.
Maybe he pays off a smaller bet, closer to 1 big blind. Maybe.
Two bigs was too much, huh?
I think so.
Can't rep a bluff with 1 big, Sam. That's the problem.
Oh, we've seen it before. There was a hand with Linus where he donked the river for 1/5 pot, and it was a bluff and got it through.
Yeah, but was it 1 big?
It was pretty close, I believe.
Rags until the button. King 7 hits the muck. Not in the mood. 10-8 off is reasonable from the small. Always interesting to see the small blind strategy these sickos come in with. Limping is certainly the most frequent approach to the spot. Queen 9 suited decides not to raise. 10-4-3 rainbow. It's too easy for Joseph.
Wow, check, check, and now Terry improves his second pair. Joseph can definitely pick up some value here. He's going to go for a large sizing here, almost pot. 35,000 into the middle. All right, this turn does bring in a lot of hands that can call and are definitely going to start to feel the pressure. You know, a pot-sized bet from a very accomplished player like Joseph, it's not going to feel great. River, the queen of hearts, and Terry is going to make 2 pair. How do you think Joseph is going to proceed here? I imagine... Oh, okay, he's going to go with a check here. The backdoor flush did get there. The some straight draws. I think it would be getting a bit too thin to go for value. And, of course, Terry is going to put in the bets. Oh, it's a small one.
When you go runner, 2 pair, you have to go for value, especially when your opponent checks. He wouldn't love to get raised, I'll tell you that, but he'll deal with that if it comes. Joseph paying off the small bet, very reasonable. Completely unfazed by the unfortunate queen there. 20 players remaining now. Slow and steady as we take down Bit of a fake milestone in the form of the final table, but one that's important nonetheless. I think we'll probably go 8-handed there. Could be 9 as well, considering the ITM is 5 players, so doesn't really matter if you think about it.
There's still quite a ways to go for these players.
Obviously, the milestone could just be the end of today's play. We will evaluate where we are at the end of level 16.
And Calvin Lee picking up the king, queen of hearts here in the hijack. He's going to bump it up to 25k. Kosei, to his direct left, picking up pocket sixes. 27 bigs. This might be a little bit too big to shove, and he just makes the call here. And Joseph, ace-jack off. The action does not end here. You know, Calvin did open from late position, so yeah, and Joseph is going to pounce on this. He's going to raise it up. 90,000 is the raise. Terry Tang releases the king-jack offsuit in the small blind. And I think we're going to see a call unless Calvin wants to get very adventurous with this.
Hijack, cutoff, and button in the mix. Of course, we're, I believe, 6-handed on the table, so hijack is kind of an early open, but we saw Joseph squeeze against early opens earlier on in this table, so obviously fearless, goes with the strength of his hand, and does almost have the best hand. All options on the table for Calvin, frankly. Could be thinking about taking the slightly timid route, waiting for a better spot. Could obviously call with his 40% of a royal flush. Always tempting. Obviously a raise on the table, blocks kings and queens. Would be thinking about the sizing Joseph has gone with, but I don't think it reveals too much. 90,000. Call for now. And Kosei doesn't actually have the equity to draw to a set. Yeah, he lets it go. Would be a bad call there, frankly. Got to have the right odds, the implied odds for a set. You're about 1 in 8 to flop a set. And of course, it's tough to get paid off as well, so you want to have the ability to at least go 10x with your call. As it happens, sixes would have been the best hand. Isn't that always the case? These two slightly bigger stacks are now going to battle it out on the 8-4-4 board, driest of dry boards. Joseph knows he can easily c-bet and can go very, very small. He has all the aces, kings, queens in his range. If anything, he wants a call from a hand exactly like the one Calvin has. With just enough backdoor equity, Calvin could be considering it.
All in all, though, a call here. It doesn't feel good when you have ace-jack. You probably think you're behind here, and there aren't too many hands in Calvin's range that are going to call that you are beating. This happens to be one of them. 8 of diamonds, though, is going to be nice for Joseph. You know, ace-queen that is now chopping. See how Joseph proceeds here. SPR is about 1, so he might just be inclined to just go for it here. 100k, around 33% here.
Yeah, if he was bluffing, he might try to put maximum pressure, but he knows he's actually likely to have a decent holding now. 2 pairs with an ace on board. He made one of those bets. I think we need to come up with a name for it, but it's when you try to set a price to get a cheap showdown on the river by betting small on the turn. We've been seeing that a lot, not just at the APT, but in the poker world, and I suspect we'll see more of that on this table. We need one of those Phil Galfond types to come up with a name for it before we universally adopt it. For now, we'll call it the cheap showdown, 4th Street, tiny bet extravaganza.
Do you think it's a little bit different if they have quite a bit behind when you face that tiny bet, or in this situation where that's about the geometric size, where it's about 30 to 40% there to set up for the same 30 to 40% on the river?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I know in that spot, Joseph, of course, would not be jamming, but the perception that he might and that's what he might be setting up for. Certainly gives the bet that leverage. However, on a board like 4-4-8-8, it's much tougher. He cannot represent a 4 or an 8, having squeezed there, so he's just sort of inviting his opponent to either battle it out, call him a bit light, you know, put him to the test. Isn't that what poker's all about?
Oh, and we have an all-in here. Shui raises the king 4 off, all in. Daniel only had around 12 big blinds and snaps it off with what looks like king 7 of spades. King 8 of spades. Not a bad spot for Daniel here. Definitely needs this double up. Sitting on just over 13 big blinds. Ten, 7, 7. Some chop outs here for Shui. Turn 6 of diamonds. Deuce of diamonds. Daniel, a much needed double up is going to put him at 25 big blinds here. Definitely back in the running here, and we see the players remaining down to 18 of 36, half the field eliminated. There we have it, Terry. 112 big blinds, it's got to feel good. Joseph closing the gap though, sitting at 96 big blinds after the big blind jump up to 6K, 12K.
Rags, still the button. Long Shang. Those aren't rags. Jack 10 suited. Easy open. Daniel really eyeing what his opponent wants to do, even though he decided to fold already with the 5 deuce off. Pocket 6s for Calvin. Interesting spot. He knows he has to proceed with a 3 bet. Yeah, he goes for all of it. I mentioned interesting, of course, because of his stack size, 28 bigs. It's kind of an awkward size. Feels like it's too much to jam, but 3 betting pocket 6s and getting called, likely flopping 2 or 3 overcards with about 1 SPR. It's not where you want to be. Goes for all of it, and look at that. Gets the hand that was flipping against him to fold. That's a lot of equity to get folded. The main event continues to absolutely amaze me. 268 entries. Speaking of being amazed, just take a look at that. Joseph Chong stats. What an absolute legend of the game. Over 18 million in lifetime earnings. Most famous for, well, in the TV poker era, or towards the end of it, I believe he came 3rd in the WSOP main. That was good for about 4 million USD. 59th on the all-time money list, and it's not just that one-off score. His best life cash is, of course, the 4 million, but has 14 more million ever since then over the past 10 years or so. Won a bracelet in 2019, apparently. That was good for about 700K. Looking to catch One of those APT lions at this festival. He's a frequent visitor to the Korean APT events. Had a great run at Incheon as well. So no short stack really, thanks to that double up with the king gate for Daniel. Okay, table getting chatty. Blind versus blind once again, but Joseph is making his big blind strategy a bit known now, raising the jack-6 off against the limp from the small. On to the next one.
Easy pickup there. Jack-6 off. Love to see it.
The power of position. Never to be underestimated in No Limit Hold'em. Or indeed most variants of poker, come to think of it. Probably the one constant amongst all the variants. Hey, look at this. 18 players remaining out of 36. Late reg, of course, was over when we started the stream. So half the field, or at least half the runners, half the entries, have been eliminated. We're playing down to at least the end of level 16. We're at level 11 right now, I believe. Let me just double check that. Level 12, in fact, so 4 more levels to go. We're going to see where we're at. We're down to 18 players. Once we form the final table, or maybe hit in the money, or hit the end of level 16 around 11 PM or so, the players and the APT staff will take a call on how to proceed. But we are going to bring you at least a few more hours of this Superstar 22,000 USD buy-in event.
Terry showing the jack deuce off, telling Calvin he can't make the call. And you were saying earlier that Andy sort of looked like Rampage. I must say, Daniel over here, he kind of looks like Roble, don't you think?
Okay, wait a second. Let me take a look again. Daniel's from Germany, I believe.
And Roble, Andrew Roble, one of the biggest high-stakes cash game winners of all time. What do you think, Vidir?
I don't see it at all.
No?
I mean, needless to say, the hair makes me think of Sam Greenwood, and actually the demeanor as well, more importantly. The facial hair also. I think you're way off, man. What are we even talking about here?
No, you don't see it?
The picture doesn't help at all that you're showing me. I mean, look at the picture you're showing me. Roble looks so chirpy.
He does. He's always got a smile on his face.
Daniel looks focused. He's above everyone. He just needs the cards to show it. That's the vibe I'm getting. Chat, what do you think? Daniel, of course, the player on the right-hand side of the screen. I struggle with his last name, but I'll assume it's Smilkovic. Does he look anything like Andrew Roble? Feel free to Google and look it up.
Yeah, we're going to see a call here with the pocket fours. The player's going to take a flop. They're neck and neck, 51 and 49%. And a jack on the flop. So Joseph in the lead. Middle pair, quick check back here. No help on the turn for either player. And Shu gonna fire out here for 25,000. 20,000. Joseph, quick easy call here. Players head to a river. Another 3. Doesn't change a whole lot here.
Check, check. And the chips slide their way over to Joseph. Joseph goes West Sublime, famously online. I see why. Certainly a compliment. I'd be happy to bestow upon him, given his playing style. Fairly flawless so far. Sublime, one might say. Baby suited connectors, good enough for Joseph to open it up after all. He has all the chips in the world. Daniel has a hand that can defend in the big, happens to have Joseph dominated. Certainly not what he would have expected.
We're going to see the power of aggression and position play in here as Joseph takes it down with the worst hand.
You called it a second before it happened, huh? Confident.
Oh, Daniel's a bit too short to do anything there. Floating is just too much of a stack, I think.
True, true. The problem with calling one street there with King High, that could be good, is knowing that Joseph is just incredibly aggressive.
And look at this, Joseph just picking up quite a few hands here. Ace, queen suited in the hijack. He's gonna raise it up, 24K here. And Terry, his direct left, picks up the ace 5 suited. Be interesting to see if these big stacks are gonna battle. Looks like just a call here. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. Perhaps Shu Longsheng is going to be the one to put in the aggressive raise here on the button. Ace 9 off, 25 big blind stack. Pretty tough to raise fold this. I imagine he's thinking between a shove or a fold. He's going to use the time bank here. Give himself 30 more seconds to think it over. Joseph has been raising quite a bit. Very active at this table. Is this his spot? Oh. Nope, just counting his chips. And he is going to put in the raise here with the ace 9 off. thinking Joseph has been playing quite loose here. 68K, very bad timing, unfortunately, as Joseph has himself ace-queen suited. That raise is incredibly tiny. Joseph wastes no time at all, 4-betting up to 144K, basically telling Shu he wants to play for all of it.
He never seems to worry about his opponent having a hand. If he has a premium, just place it, as one should. Just raising it up, ace-queen suited. We saw 3-betting and squeezing with ace-jack off. And he's been right every time. It's because he knows all these players are capable of opening and 3-betting light. Look how correct he is. Longshanks simply cannot proceed in this hand. Ace-9 is just way too awkward. Too often dominated. Does not dominate any hand. Apart from the ace-5 suited, of course, in case that's what's happening here.
Of course.
The solver bait holding.
I love how fast Joseph plays. That did not take him long to put in that 4-bet up to 144K. This man must be very well studied, especially with 18 million in live earnings. He must just know all these spots. No fear. And is probably going to add quite a few chips here to his stack. Put him ahead of Terry Tang for the chip lead here at this feature table.
There was an era in poker that we all remember as the Vanessa Selbst era. Maybe
I
we
like
could
that name.
We could think about a 5-bet with the ace-9 off, but 2024 isn't it? One day that era will come back. I look forward to it.
Joseph getting it done. Picking up another pot there. It's been a great feature table for him. There it is, the Jack-7, the Vanessa Selbst hand.
Oh, you're referring to her cash game 5-bet?
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. That's a whole different era, the Vanessa Selbst cash game era.
What are you referring to?
Well, she was, of course, most known for MTTs, but I understand you're a cash game player. You remember the big cash game hands?
Yes, the Jack-7 off 5-bet bluff into aces. And
Prahlad Friedman's aces.
Yes, and for those of you at home, it did not get through. Both players with Jack-10 here in the blinds. Not a whole lot going on. They got some fake gut shots here.
Hey, you're a watch guy, right, Sam? There's a watch I actually recognize thanks to following a lot of content creators on YouTube. That's an RM, right?
Where is this? On whose wrist?
Oh, we've got to the close-up shot, which I appreciate. In fact, we need more of this. Excellent work by our camera operators.
Both players turning an open-ender here. Both have to be happy about this.
There you have it on the wrist of Calvin Lee.
I missed that one.
Don't say you missed it. Both whiff. Intense decision making occurring, no doubt.
106K in the middle. This is a very significant pot to pick up for either of these players. Calvin does have the betting lead here. He gets to be first to bluff. That is a very nice watch.
That's a superstar watch right there. Appropriate for the superstar challenge. All of it, I think, he says. Wow.
Wow.
This hand is over, but credit where it's due, Calvin. Fearlessly going for it. Oh, thanks. What a watch.
Very nice shot of that watch, and wow, incredible heart. The 2.5x overbet using the Jack of Hearts, blocking a few flushes. Very nice pickup there for Calvin Lee in the small blind. Here we have it, Joseph getting his way into first place here. 115 big blinds, 1.4 million in chips, just overtaking Terry, who is sitting on 1.3. Our two chip leaders at this feature table.
Still 18 players in the field, which would explain why we continue to be six-handed, and might be for the foreseeable future. 3 tables running for this 8 max event. Well, Calvin has established himself as absolutely fearless. So the King 7 suited, which isn't open on the button, will certainly find an excuse to get chips into the middle. Sizing is interesting. A little bit more than 2x.
It's interesting to see these players vary their raise sizes. Could be by position. I doubt it's by hand strength. There's also a lot of other factors, short stacks in the big blinds. Many things that go into these players' high-level decisions.
I think it just varies by game flow a lot as well, which I really do think is sort of the ultimate edge when it comes to live poker, and these guys who have years of experience and obviously sometimes millions upon tens of millions of lifetime earning. They just have a keen awareness of game flow, which is to say sort of a catch-all term for all kinds of variables. Who is in the blinds? How many chips do they have? How active have they been? How do they perceive your play to the best of your ability to guess that? Are they going to fight back? Etc., etc. It's what makes live poker so special.
Yes, these players are thinking about a lot. Joseph just electing to call here the King 9 suited against Koze's open. Koze only on 20 big blinds, so it's a very tough 3-bet there. Terry weighing his options here with a Jack 10 off in the big blind. Looks like a call. 3-way flop. 2 big stacks, and Koze on the button with the ace 5 off has the best of it right now. And a King 10 Jack flop. Joseph, top pair. Terry flopping bottom 2. And Koze has himself a gut shot to the nuts. Is Terry thinking about leading here? And he is on a King Jack 10 flop. This is definitely not standard. And for Joseph, I think the alarm bells might be going off already. This is a very non-standard lead on a board that is very poor for the big blind. Queen Jack 10 is the worst board for the big blind, so this is not far off. 8 of spades. It's going to give Joseph an open ender here.
And don't forget how deep these two players are, the co-chip leaders at the table. Both essentially have the rest of the table, apart from each other, covered. They have to proceed very cautiously.
A big bet here from Terry. Looks like 125K. 150K. Nearly pot.
Wants to charge all the draws. Would not mind getting a fold from hands that could have a lot of equity. Exactly like the one Joseph has.
No, I think Joseph can find the fold here on the turn.
Did catch the open
Yeah,
ender,
there
but
it is. Look at
let's
that.
go.
Top pair. Sniffs it out. You know, I just don't think Terry is going to be leading a draw there on that flop. You know, if you had a hand like 7-6 of clubs, I don't think you're leading there.
You can never say with these players, and I do commend the fold since he was behind, but it is interesting, right? I mean, he was getting better than the amount of equity he had in the pot. He was getting better pot odds to call, actually. So, was it the right decision? That's what makes poker so challenging and interesting. Technically.
Yeah, although that equity is very hard to realize. You know, a queen, you can still get bluffed off your hand.
No, in this case, you're right. You can get bluffed off, but with the Jack-10, chances are, if he hit, he was getting to showdown. The 9, the king, the 7, and the queen all would have been action killers against the Jack-10. So this is what I mean, man. Poker's hard, especially when you're playing against superstars. Joseph making the right fold, but did have the right amount of equity and the right number of chips to try and realize. What do you think, chat? Better to fold when behind or call if you're getting the right pot odds?
I love how Daniel just folded his cards. Up in the air. Just get these out of my face.
For a moment, I thought Joseph's hoodie was referring to the Joker somehow. Thought those were ha-ha-has. It's just AAAs. Any guesses what that could mean? Or is it just fashion and I understandably am completely lost?
Having a dealer change. Our dealers today are both from Japan. Ichika being relieved, and taking over is Mizuho.
To all of you watching on YouTube, thank you so much for being with us. Hopefully you're enjoying Superstar Challenge and the high level of poker we're watching as much as Sam and I are. Do hit the like button. I'm seeing a measly 6 likes on the video. That would anger the YouTube gods, turn them against us. I know you don't want that. Please help us out. We'd also love to hear who you're supporting. Don't forget, 18 players remaining. For any updates about the players not on this feature table, that'd be 12 of them. You can always go to the website apt.poker, go to live reporting. You can see everything from the seating to, of course, the payouts, which we've been mentioning, 272,000 to the first place finisher here.
And Terry picking a bad spot to shove here into the 2 short stacks, the king 10 off. Most likely standard here for 17 big blinds is the effective stack, but Shu is going to wake up with ace king and is looking good to double up here. Put himself at a 35 big blind stack, and Terry will be down to the middle of the pack here. Terry getting a little bit of help here with the gut shot to the jack. Clubs covered by Shu. Oh, and there it is. He turns the straight. Shoot, not looking good here. Is drawing to 3 outs here and does not hit. That is unfortunate. Terry back in the chip lead now with 135 big blinds. An unfortunate beat here for Shu Longshang. Eliminated in 18th place, is going to walk off here.
Man, that is brutal. What a way to go out. What a tournament. To lose 36 big blinds effective in the middle of the pot. with that turn jack. Nobody said it was easy. $272,000 to the winner. There is going to be some fortune, good or bad, involved in the journey. As we get down to below the halfway points, 17 players now remaining, 12 away from the money. 70,000 is the minimum payout. It's more than usual in terms of the return on your buy-in. 3x or so. That's because of the field size and because of the nature of the tournament. Well, the new dealer certainly brought some action to the proceedings. Remind me what you said her name was, Sam?
Mizuho.
Mizuho. She is Japanese, as you said, but wearing the traditional Korean garment, thanks to our presence here in Jeju, South Korea. The hanbok, I believe it's called. APT dealers at every venue usually dress up to represent the country, the venue we're in, or depending on the event. For instance, we have the APT Thailand event coming up, Natural 8 Hong Kong. In that case, traditional outfits for the country.
And Koze making a very loose opener, the ace-8 off under the gun here. Joseph electing to just call.
Koze has had a bit of a rough go of it on this table so far. I could understand some frustration creeping in. As a result, this open is a little bit on the looser side, but let's not forget, I think we're 5-handed on the table. So let's do the math. Under the gun that way means you're the same as the hijack.
Yeah.
So a lot more reasonable if you think about it as a hijack open. Gets the fold from the jack-9 off. Pretty surprising, actually. Would have expected the jack-9 to defend the big.
It looks like the players have left the table. Maybe they're on a short break. These two players, I think, have agreed to slow down the play, while 3 or 4 of them have left to potentially use the washroom.
Or I think there might be a table reset. We'll find out soon enough. Those are the payouts, 70,000 USD at the minimum. That's 96 million in the local Korean won. Going all the way up to 375 million. That's good for 272,000 US. Let's see what the heads-up battle is going to be like. 85,000 or so in the heads-up proceedings. That's absolutely massive. Of course, could be some talk of deals, as it was yesterday when we finished out the super high roller. One, of course, by China's Li Zhengdong. Him and Jeffrey Lowe struck a small deal. Still have to play for about 10% of the remaining prize pool. For now, the milestone. Perhaps the final table of 8. And then, of course, making it into the money, which is a real milestone.
Still a long way to go for these players.
Well, another one bites the dust. 16 remaining now.
Well, the top pair for Joseph. Our graphics are still catching up, but Joseph, I believe, had the King 10 of diamonds. Koze, the backdoor flush draw.
I was so excited, I thought we had a mystery hand.
Sorry I ruined it for you, Vidir. There it is. Looks like we may be having a table rebalance, like you said. We are down to 16 players, so 2 tables of 8 does make a bit of sense here.
Elke has joined the ranks. Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, aka Elke, from France. Did fire 2 bullets into the Superstar Challenge at the last APT festival in Taipei. I was feeling bad is probably not the right phrase, but I was feeling a little bit of empathy. Well, that's not right either. I've never fired 50,000 USD, but I fired probably proportionally to my bankroll. Elke looked a little bit sad to get knocked out in a brutal way. And what do you know? The next day he came. The super high roller was scheduled after the Superstar in that one, and shipped it.
King on the river. Joseph is going to be loving life right now. I don't think Kose can really bluff this off here. He wants his opponent to have the ace of clubs. It's unfortunately going to have to be a give up for him. Then, yes, he does check.
Easy jam for Joseph. And Kose does have a bit of a decision. Nah. He's gonna wait for a better spot. Joseph collecting chips like it's his full-time job, which it arguably is, but on this table, they certainly don't seem to be going away from him. 122 bigs now. Terry Tang still in pole position. Another new player joining us. So the seats have officially been reshuffled. 16 players remaining. That means 2 tables of 8 players. Elke rocking. Let's see. Are those Pokemon? No. Rabbits? No. Some sort of electronic dance music creatures.
Electronic dance music creatures. Yeah, I don't know what those are either, but they do look cool on him. He'll be joining us in seat 1. We've got 2 more. Yes, 2 additional players as well coming to join the feature table.
I believe Terry, Daniel, Kose, and Calvin Lee have stuck around. So essentially adding players onto the table. We'll get back to you in a moment. By the way, shout out to the trophy. This is a special one. We have the standard APT Lions. We have the Mega Lions. Saw one of those being awarded yesterday. These are, I don't have a great name for them, Sam, so I'm open to suggestions, but these are the 2-dimensional Lions, just being factual for the moment. We'll figure out some hype name for them. They are gorgeous, though.
Greg goes all in, calls them the pointy ones.
I think 2-dimensional is superior somehow to Greg's naming.
And it's seat 5. Is that Danny Tang, or am I mistaken?
Oh, there he is. Seat 5 indeed.
He likes that olive color. And Terry picking up pocket jacks here in the cutoff. A very nice seat change for him.
Instant shove from, oh, Ichinose had shoved. Under the gun, King 10 suited, under 10 bigs. Blinds have gone up to 8,000, 16,000. Understandable shove. He was going to face the big blind plus anti-burden. Bad news for him. Pocket jacks, insta-called, of course. Insta-jam, rather, to isolate. Gonna need some help. Two diamonds. That counts as help. Plenty of diamonds folded, it seems, up top, but he's going to think he has a lot of equity. 8 on the turn is a brick. Any king, diamond. That's it, really. And a deuce seals the deal. We lose another player. People are dropping like flies, as Stephen Lai would say.
Koze Ichinose from Japan. 15th place, unfortunately. 10 away from the money, is not going to cash this event. And Terry picking up another pot here, up to 1.6 million in chips. Very nice lead here.
Oh, Elki's coming with a short stack. Just 6 bigs. New player joining us is Thomas Ward. Over $500,000 in lifetime earnings. Not too shabby. Coming from Scotland, I believe. Of course, you mentioned Danny Tang. They're in seat 5.
Yeah, he was the winner of our Superstar Challenge to kick things off on day 1.
Approaching 20 million in lifetime earnings.
Some superstars on the table here.
How appropriate.
Two short stacks sitting on only 11 and 6 big blinds, Daniel and Elke respectively. Up top, Terry still just over 100 big blinds. Joseph following him up closely behind.
We're fast approaching the break, by the way. Should be maybe 15 minutes away. Sam, you'll be happy to know. Lee Zhendong is in the mix.
Lee, very nice to see him in the mix. Some very exciting poker and another very fast player. And Daniel all in here, pocket nines in the hijack for a hair over 10 big blinds. And is going to get it through and pick himself up 2.5 big blinds here.
We're just down to 2 tables. You can, of course, follow the other table on the website apt.poker. What's amazing is our live reporting team does not spoil the feature table, which is, of course, on a 30-minute delay. Elke having some fun with his new friends. Surely knows a lot of the players on this table. Joseph Chong comes to mind, Danny Tang, of course. Thomas Ward perhaps representing New Zealand as per the website, so pardon me. You do get that slightly off sometimes. Players submit themselves from a different region and could be representing a different region. For instance, Danny Tang is from Hong Kong. Born in Wales, though. Shows up as the UK sometimes. Stephen Lai is quick to correct that. Let's see the remaining field. We have Anson Yu, another familiar name, Sam, from the super high roller yesterday. Lee Zhendong, of course, shipped the whole event from China. One player from Thailand. Oh, look at this. Daisuke Ogita from Japan.
Yes,
main event
mix.
winner from APT Taipei. Down to the final 15 here.
We have a mystery hand here with Danny Tang checking his option in the big blind. Thomas, ace high. Danny gonna fire a bet here on the Queen Jack 3, 2 spades. And a call from Thomas with ace high. Could still be ahead. And a deuce of spades on the turn, bringing in the flush draw. Thomas can't like that card. Few of Danny's bluffs have now become flushes. And for Thomas, just beating less and less hands here. Ah, there we are. We see the pocket fours from Danny. And the ace of clubs on the river. Thomas proving the top pair. He's gonna try and extract some value here. 50K bet. Just over half pot. We see Danny make the fold of the pocket fours. Doesn't look like he liked that river.
Elky, by the way, as I told you, Sam, happens to be a short stack ninja. I never would have known it if it wasn't for covering the APT, but the man has the ultimate patience. I've seen him spin things up. Of course, once he gets a big stack, he's absolutely aggressive, knows exactly what to do with it. When he has a short stack, he's happy to wait it out. So looking once again at the remaining field and sorting by country. 4 players from China. 1 from Japan. Anson Yu from Malaysia. Talked about Thomas Ward on our table. Slight confusion, either New Zealand or Scotland. 2 players from Taiwan, 1 from Thailand. Danny Tang from Hong Kong. And Joseph Chong from the United States. The diversity of the APT represented at the highest of buy-ins as well. Always great to see. And credit where it's due, you know, because of regulation, sometimes the Chinese participation is limited, whereas here in Jeju, close to China, visa-free, and Golden Week is going on in China. Chinese contingent has truly showed up, but not just showed up. They've absolutely been crushing it, making final tables constantly, shipping trophies, of course, thinking back to the super high roller yesterday.
Thomas gonna make the call here with the pocket threes, it looks like. Daniel not a lot behind. And Danny waking up the pocket nines in the small blind. Imagine he just wants to get this in against Daniel. Sitting on an 11 big blind stack. Doesn't want to play pocket nines out of position 3 ways. Looks like he's cutting out raisin chips. It's gonna move all in here. Danny. That's quite large because he has Terry to his left who's sitting on 80 big blinds here with 1.3 million. I wonder if this is... Maybe he just doesn't want to... Oh, I don't know. It's a big raise. And must be hating it that Terry's actually thinking about this, asking for a count here. Someone who can actually put a dent in his stack.
a dent, to say the least, but I simply don't see how Terry can call this off. Ace 10 suited. Surely not strong enough.
No.
I think we have Terry's picture wrong, by the way. We'll fix that. Danny just attacking the dead money, and I suspect is going to get this through.
And the graphics are off, I believe. Just looking at Terry's stack, that looks well over the 1.3 mil we see in the graphics here. And he does let it go. Daniel can't seem to get too much going here. That's a go as well, and Thomas definitely can't call here. 34 big blinds.
They're trying to force him to show. If you're playing for $250,000 US, who says you still can't have some fun while doing it? Danny Tang showing how it's done. If it works, you're a genius. If you run into kings, well, you're Fan Chi Wei. We kid, of course. We're huge fans.
Danny Tang in the chat saying, I don't have 80 big blinds. That's why.
Danny. Danny's on break, clearly watching the stream. Let's do a quick count. 20, 25K.
60. It looks around 60.
Yeah,
after he chipped up a bit.
He has about 800K.
Makes sense. Thanks for clarifying, Danny.
Well, we almost called you Fan Chi Wei, Danny, which is about the biggest compliment we can give.
And there it is, Elke's spot that he's been waiting for. Ace 6 of diamonds, and the +1 is going to move all in here. 103K.
So once again, we'll get those chip stacks updated on the break. Should be in about 10 minutes.
Unfortunately, runs into Daniel's pocket 10s here in the big blind, and Elke at risk for his tournament life here.
Not very well. Well for now, and then not very well on the river.
Four of diamonds in the window. Unfortunately, no additional help from the 8 of spades and the 4 of hearts.
I hate to be biased, but I'm sad we're about to lose Elke unless the ace comes out. Fourth of diamond. Did I just wind my way into a sweat? Okay, here we go. Rooting for no one now. Of course, Daniel is extremely short as well. Does have the best hand by miles, and the deuce seals the deal. We lose one of the best. Mr. Bertrand Grospellier takes our leave. With the wave, GG, deep run, considering the field size, 14th place. 15th rather. Players remaining have been updated, so 14 players remaining.
Right, and Danny Tang in chat saying he had 32 big blinds on that hand. Thanks for clarifying, Danny.
Yeah, that sounds about right. About 800K as per the stack of greens and blues. Jun in chat asking, is that legit Danny? Yes, Jun, that is the one and only Danny Tang in chat, because we are on a 30-minute delay and in real time. They are on break right now, and Danny clearly checking out the stream, looking at what his opponents had in various spots. He only just joined the table, so I don't know about getting too many reads, but good luck. I suspect he's only a few minutes away from rejoining the table. We are, by the way, going to switch out our feature table as we do. So it's going to be the remaining players in the field, which is quite nice. We get to watch everyone play after this. 14 players remaining. 7 on each table. Things are getting tense. Looking at the live reporting, which once again does not spoil the feature table. $70,000 USD is going to be the money bubble. 0 or 70,000 USD. Just thinking about it and using common sense, the biggest bubble we'll have, Sam, surely. To state the obvious, perhaps. Biggest buy-in, biggest bubble.
Does make sense. $70,000. Sixth place is going to be a very rough spot. Thomas opening up the ace-jack offsuit here, and Daniel probably going to take this spot here with pocket nines and 18 big blinds. Indeed, he does. He moves all in for the 18 big blinds. This is very on the cusp, I think. Nope, there it is. Quick call from Thomas. And a classic flip. Daniel at risk here for his tournament life.
It's only on the cusp for mere mortals like you and me, Sam. For Thomas Ward, insta-call. Knows he's likely flipping in terms of equity against a wide range of holdings. Is indeed flipping. Off to the board. 10, king, 6, 2 diamonds. Little bit of hope still for the ace-jack. 10 outs. Run twice. Some counterfeit odds as well. As a result, it's almost a flip, and now the ace crushes the dreams of Daniel Smilkovic.
A very rough feature table for him here. And the jack of diamonds doesn't help. Daniel will be eliminated in 14th place. Retrieves his phone.
Wow, players are dropping fairly quickly. Down to just 13, and how soon are we just 7 or 8 away from the money, depending on what's happening on the feature table. Still about 20 minutes from the break, I believe. Excuse me, closer to 15 minutes. It's just going to be a 15-minute break. As I mentioned, this stream is a little unique, as we are going to get down to perhaps the final table of 8, or more likely the in the money cohort of just 5 players, and then decide what they want to do in terms of wrapping up the whole tournament. For instance, it could be determined by chip stacks. Let's say one player has all the chips, some shorties behind. Do they want to go to sleep and come back the next day, or try to spin it up right there? Our floor staff, production staff, of course, Sam and I in the booth, will accommodate whatever the players want. I think that's very much in line with the APT philosophy of being very, very player-friendly and players first. Not to mention, if you wrap up the tournament today, it gives you the chance to enter not just the main event, considering these guys are high rollers, perhaps a single-day high roller, perhaps some of the higher buy-in mixed events we have going on tomorrow. Perhaps you just want to golf the whole day.
All options are on the table. We do have high rollers every single day of the event as well. See a lot of these players, regular faces in these high rollers.
Floor coloring up some chips, perhaps. There we see it. Blues turning into greens. The greens are 25,000 apiece. Blues 5,000, yellows 1,000. Jun followed up, by the way, saying huge respect to the GOAT, Danny. Yes, indeed. Danny Tang, #1 on the Hong Kong money list. Approaching 20 million USD in lifetime earnings, but more importantly, perhaps, an amazing ambassador for the game. Not just on the live felts, constant presence on our high roller events, our main events, regular at Triton, of course, the high roller series, and a Natural 8 ambassador as well, as you can see from the patch. All-round great guy. I believe you mentioned, Sam, that his All-Star Showdown trophy was the first new era APT trophy, so a special one. But I'll tell you what would be way more special is the two-dimensional, pointy, black carbon APT Lion. I still don't have a name for it, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. That would be a very nice trophy to take home. He's going to need a couple extra phone seats at this point.
Oops. Bit of an stumble by the camera operator. Love it. Keep things authentic. See what goes on behind the scenes sometimes. They do an amazing job, by the way. Hey, we shout out the dealers all the time, and that's obvious, but a huge shout out to, in particular, our camera operators. They're going from strength to strength. You saw the 360 shots. You saw them actually clearly listening to me, which I appreciate and feel sorry for, considering they zoomed in on the Richard Mille when I asked them to. That's the watch that is being worn by the man on your screen right now, Calvin Lee. And of course, it's not easy to follow the action the way they do and make it entertaining for all of us. So huge respect to all of them and a shout out. Chu Chi Zhen is the new player on the table. From Taiwan. Goes by Justin. 1.5 million in lifetime earnings.
It's down to 13 players now. Looks like he is coming in with quite a large stack there.
Top 10 in the all-time money list of Taiwan. Oh, he actually shipped the event that is going on right now, the single-day high roller mystery bounty event in APT Taipei just a couple of months ago. So running hot, has collected 1 lion already. Looking to add to his collection with the one you see on your screen. Shortest stack is 26 big, so nobody's too shallow. The average blind's hovering around 40. That's what you want to see in a super high roller like this one, the Superstar Challenge. Never want to get too short. The APT also, for the marquee events, has a ruling. This applies to the main event and the 2-day high roller, considering the field size there. If we get down to the final table with an average big blind under 30, we actually roll back the blinds.
Calvin picking the ace-king off. He's got to love this on the short stack. Puts a little raise here to 35K. And Justin, our new player, looking at 10-9 of clubs. It's a bit of a decision here. Just makes a call. Joseph, pocket sixes in the small blind. He's going to make a quick call as well. Over to Thomas, Queen Jack. Look at this. You'll see a 4-way flop here. A lot of connectivity between these 3 hands. King high flop.
What a board. Engineered for action. Middle set for Joseph. Top pair, top kicker for Calvin Lee, who was a pre-flop aggressor. And a flush draw for Chu. Thomas Ward is just lost in this hand, but these 3 cannot go anywhere for the moment. And it goes check, check.
Calvin getting sneaky there, checking top pair, top kicker.
Understandable for pot control, considering he had 3 other players in the hand, 23 bigs. And Chu is the one taking a stab at the about maybe 15 bigs in the middle now.
Joseph just flat calling here with the pocket sixes. Calvin, top pair, top kicker. Does he just want to get it in here, deny equity from flush draws? He's only really worried about sets here. as none of these players can have any of these two-pair combinations. I'd hope.
Seems like a good spot to jam for me. Yeah, he does go for it. Music to Joseph's ears. His flat call has worked out perfectly. Not that Calvin could have gotten away from it.
And does Justin have the odds to call here with just a flush draw, 316 to 667?
He can not call here, considering he has Joseph behind, who has a stack match, so it would be way too risky.
What do you think? With the nut flush draw, is it quite a bit different?
Yeah, much harder decision. Still would be slightly ICM suicide to kind of try and isolate here. With the nut flush draw, yeah, you might think you have decent equity against pretty much any hand, but Joseph is just lurking there. With all the pocket threes and all the pocket sixes, turns out that's exactly what he has.
A small blind flat range is going to contain quite a few small pairs here. Joseph looking very cool here, not giving anything away. There it is. Calvin gets the bad news. Justin gets out of the way there. Set versus top pair top kicker. An unfortunate end to Calvin's tournament life here.
That is rough. That's what 1% feels like. And that's it. He's out of the Superstar Challenge. Extremely unfortunate. GG to Calvin. Also representing the US like Joseph. So we are down to just 12 players now, 2 tables of 6. We're only a few minutes away from hitting the break, after which we'll actually switch tables. 7 away from the money. Surely these players can start to smell that 70K for 5th place. All this grind against some of the world's best. Trying to go for the $272,000 up top. I'd love to see Joseph Chong's graph on this table. I feel like he can do no wrong. Started off with, I believe, just under 100 bigs, quickly jumped to over 100. Just seems to be playing well, running well, being on the right side of all these coolers.
I don't think he's made a single mistake yet.
Absolutely not. If anything, he's managed to eke out value where you wouldn't think there would be any. Managing to check when his opponent's essentially drawing to air, letting them catch, getting value from when they catch. It's been an absolute masterclass. Living up to his screen moniker of Sublime.
Danny gonna peel here with 8-4 of hearts. Justin making a loose call here in the cutoff with a king jack off against an under the gun open, and Terry also with a little bit of a wide open here with the ace deuce suited.
Justin, Chu that is, has some support in chat. Russell Westbrook says, let's go. Taiwan High Roller King, they're calling Justin. Well, he's flopped best. Certainly looking to add to his legend. Only 7 spots away from cashing. Has a monstrous stack. The thing with these super high rollers is nobody can just coast. It's an 8 max tournament, but now there's only 12 people left. Nobody's too shallow. Every pot needs to be fought, contested. If you have a hand like the one Justin has, you have to hold on tight. Knows he has to bet here. Not worried about the monotone board yet. It's actually Terry that took a stab. Justin calls behind. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Should not change too much. It's Terry with the betting lead. Justin can feel relatively comfortable that if he was ahead on the flop, he's still ahead. The board being monotone is always scary. Terry was the undergun open. Can start telling a story beyond his bottom pair right now if he so desires. Desire he does. Has a big stack. It's time to start putting pressure. As we hear the break being announced for the very event you're watching. Wow, the King Jack hits the muck. Power poker there by Terry. Maybe using that extra break equity. Very often players are more likely to be conservative as we hit the break. Desperate to get that fold. So there you have it, Joseph Chong, who can do no wrong in the lead. Terry not too far behind with 117 bigs. As we take a look at the payouts, 272,000 up top. It's going to be quite a battle getting first to that minimum payout of 70,000. And then, of course, to the top prize. 12 players remaining. 7 players away from making the money. I can only imagine how tense this money bubble is going to be. We're going from 0 to 70,000 USD for the money bubble, the biggest ever money bubble at this festival. Of course, it's been a wild ride covering these superstars. The action is exactly how you expect. Advanced, exciting, often unpredictable. Sam, who are you looking forward to seeing make it all the way, perhaps, based on what we've seen so far?
You know, I got to say, I'm a big fan of how Joseph is playing. I love fast play. Danny Tang's also getting in there, mixing it up. And Terry making some unorthodox plays, but it is working out for him. He does have a massive stack in front of him. It is anyone's game at this point as we move into the final table, almost.
Almost. I mean, let's not forget, we're going to have a new feature table, a whole new set of players. Some of them might have been on our feature table in the past. Particularly thinking about Li Zhengdong, who, of course, won the Super High Roller Challenge. Many people said he might have gotten a tad lucky getting there. Well, it's time to find out. It's not easy to play among superstars and even be down at the final 12, but let's see if he makes the money. Don't go anywhere. Short 10-minute break. We'll be right back as we get to the money bubble here in the APT Jeju Superstar Challenge. See you after the break.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome. My name is Greg Goes All In, and you are watching the APT Superstar Challenge. The buy-in was a whopping 13 million Korean won. We generated a prize pool. We had 36 players generating a prize pool of 1 billion with a B. Prize pool. It was insane. It was absolutely amazing. And first place gets 374 million Korean won. I'm joined by my esteemed colleague and friend, Bluffalo Sam. You've been watching all of this. How has it been going? What have the table dynamics been like?
It's a very exciting, high-level tournament here. These players are much above our level. We were playing the $500 bounty yesterday. We could not compete at this table. They are just battling it out. Joseph making some very good reads. We have some very thin value bets and a lot of action. Players are just dropping off like flies. There are only 12 remaining. 3 more to go to our final table, and then we'll take it down to 5 to get in the money.
Yes, absolutely. And what a sweat as well, because it's completely up to the players as to whether or not they want to continue all the way to the winner, who's going to be taking home 374 million Korean won and the Black Lion Trophy, or end it for the day and start tomorrow. So, what a sweat. What a sweat for everyone at home, for the players. But let's get right back into it. So again, up top, 374 million Korean won, and 5 players get into the money. Currently, we are down to 12 players, so still a while to go, and it's still fairly deep. Our chip leader's well over 100 big blinds. Let's talk a little bit about, do we have any really short stacks? Anyone under 10? Anything like that?
No, they've actually all been eliminated before the break happened. I think our shortest stack is now over 30 big blinds at our feature table.
Wow, so a lot of play to be had post-flop. Can't wait to see it and get into the action. Look at that prize pool. Our first 1 billion Korean won prize pool of the series so far. Just absolutely massive. And so to do some conversions for y'all, 30 million was the Korean won buy-in. That's a 25K. That's a 25K US dollar buy-in. Wow. And there we were yesterday playing our rinky-dinky $500 TikTok Turbo last night. But we all can dream. Look at these superstars.
And here we are, Lee. There he is in seat number 7, our previous winner, looking to take home yet another trophy.
You know what they say, Sam. APT Lion trophies are like potato chips. You cannot just have one. I, myself, have yet to have my first taste of an APT Lion.
And now this table featuring quite a few short stacks here. In seat 1, Ogita Dasuke from Japan. 610K in chips is leading with only about 30 big blinds. Seat number 2, Zhao with 200K. Wang, seat 4, 200K as well. Chen in seat 5 as well, sitting on the 260K stack. Lee Zhendong, 350K. And finally, Fan Lertz in seat 9, sitting on 350K as well. And already fireworks with Dasuke, ace queen off, all in the hijack. This is around 20-ish big blinds effective, just under. And Yuzu Wang here, we could already see some fireworks. Ace 6 of clubs on the button.
Yes. Wang does have just 11 bigs here facing this jam. That's quite the decision to make versus the hijack jam, who has a bunch of short stacks to his left.
I think we're going to see a very action-packed feature table here with a lot of all-ins. Everyone is getting close to that shover fold spot here.
Is Mr. Elke still in the mix, Sam?
Unfortunately not. We saw Elke bust about 3 hands before the break.
Unfortunate. Couldn't defend the title. Elke, of course, being the first person ever to win an APT Black Lion trophy.
Dasuke going to add to his chip lead here.
As we take a look at our chip counts, Daisuke, our chip leader here on this feature table, 33 big blinds, and looks like everybody else is short. They put somehow, with the table draw, all of the short stacks. All on this table. 5 players at 17 or under big blinds. And being close to the money, Daisuke gets to put a lot of pressure on all of these short stacks.
It's a big disparity between the other table, where I believe the shortest stack is going to be bigger than Dasuke's. I think the lowest stack we saw was about 42 big blinds. 80% of the chips are most likely going to be on the other table here.
And taking a look at Mr. Ogita's total live earnings on Hand and Mob, 1.8 million in total live earnings. Best live cash was 410,000 US dollars.
And looks like he's got himself a hand again. He's given it some thought. We have a mystery hand here. He's just going to go for a 2.5x raise here under the gun, a little bit on the large size. And Yuzu with another ace here in the cutoff. Ace 4 off this time. Same amount of big blinds as last hand. Is he going to want to reshove here?
From the cutoff with 11 big blinds, you could open jam ace 4 offsuit. Versus a raise, that's not as clear. We'll go for the jam regardless. And now Lee Jun-dong with the decision with King Queen offsuit. What a painful spot. Versus an early position raise, then a jam. And King Queen offsuit looks like a really beautiful hand. But versus a raise in an open makes it a very, very close spot.
I think there's just a bit too much action here ahead of him. And Lee doesn't need to put in this very speculative call here. But he is going to give it some thought. And lets it go wisely.
And we're still playing poker in the dark. We do not know what Daisuke has. He does make the call. So Yu Wang all in for his tournament life versus mystery cards. We have not turned the cards over yet. And here we go.
Ooh, pocket jacks.
Looks like jacks. I see one jack. It did look like jacks.
Yeah, two very big hands for Daisuke right off the coming in hot off the break.
Oh,
King Jack.
King Jack. So Yu Wang, all in for tournament life, is ahead, but it's very close to a flip. 60-40 off to a flop. As the flop comes, Queen 5-3 clean for Wang. Just needs to fade a king or a jack. The turn. The jack of spades. Daisuke takes the lead with the pair of jacks, but Yu Wang does have the nut flush draw.
As well as a gut shot and an overcard. He still has 36% here despite being behind. And the 6 of spades. That is going to do it for him. Yu Wang doubling up here. Oh, look at that. He is happy. He is pumped. It's going to put him in the chip lead at this feature table.
And that will be a tournament decisive river there for Wang. And gets the massive double from the chip leader.
Wow, what a roller coaster run out.
Never easy. As we take a look now, Wang takes the lead with 25 big blinds here on this feature table. Daisuke demoted to second. And Zhao with 10 bigs, our shortest stack here on the feature table. That, my friends, right there was just pure, raw human emotion. The amount of adrenaline these gentlemen must be going through right now. For some, maybe another day in the office. But some days in the office can be quite exciting.
Can you imagine playing for $272,000 and calling it a day in the office?
No! No, I can't. And that's why I'm behind the mic. Zhao, our short stack. Jack 10 offsuit. Goes all in. The graphics do say under the gun, but remember, folks, we are 6-handed, so effectively this is a middle position jam. And oh no, Mr. Lee Jun-dong with King Jack suited on the button. Does dominate Jiaming. And now has a decision facing the 10 big blind jam. Re-jams.
And Zhao is going to get the bad news here. Dominated, only 25%. Lee looking in very good shape to double up here and eliminate Zhao. What a wild few hands we've already had here.
And we're off to a flop. Flop comes King 9-3. That is going to be a pretty devastating flop for Jiaming Zhao. Does have the backdoor flush and the gut shot. Needs a queen to take the lead. The 6 of clubs is a brick, and now Jiaming Zhao only drawing to a queen. 4 outs, 11% equity. River of Dreams. It's the queen! It's the queen!
Oh
the queen has arrived!
Come on!
Suck out city for everybody. My goodness. Only 25% you say, Sam. Only 25%. 25% happens 1/4 of the times, 100% of the time.
That is all that man needs. I love these celebrations. Look at these stacks just flying around the table. Lee left absolutely crippled here with only 3 big blinds. And now we have 3 players sitting over 20. It is anyone's game.
Wow, look at this now. Daisuke demoted once again now. Was first, last hand was second, and this hand now is third. The chip lead is just changing around like a game of hot potato, just being passed around here. Anybody's game.
Oh, Lee can't feel too good about that. At least he's still got a smile on his face.
I didn't think that queen was coming. Like I like to build up those moments a lot, you know, because that's where the excitement is the waiting, you know, the anticipation. Oh, but when you hit, whoo, remind me to stay away from roulette. 10-10.
Oh, no way. We're going to see another all-in here. Chen moving all in. Is this 4 all-ins in 5 hands?
Chen Yanhan goes all in. Insta call by Lee Jindong. Oh, was it? It was a forward motion. Didn't cross line. It is an all in.
Pocket 5s, 3 big blinds. Looks pretty good.
And Ayaz in the chat for Lee Jindong. Pocket 5s dominated. Now only has it's a 4-1 dog.
Not where you want to be, but we did see a 4-1 dog hit last hand. Are we going to see another action river?
Spades not live. Needs a 5, only a 5. Turn. Ace of spades. Spades not live. 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs. Lee Jindong has 2 outs. 5% equity. River of nightmares. 8 of hearts. And Lee Jindong will be eliminated here from the Superstar Challenge. And folks, that means we are now down to 11 players. 5-handed on this table. So folks, you know action is going to be flying. I'm so glad we got this table, you know? They call me Greg Goes All In for a reason. I love my all-ins. So some 20 big blind poker, short-handed. Oh, I'm having a great time.
Chips are flying. This is fun. We are seeing some coolers. We are seeing some suckouts. And do you think we're going to see another all-in this hand, Greg?
Want to bet? Nah. Someone's asking for payouts. Let me get those for you right away.
First place, 272,000 USD. The runner-up, 187,000. Third place, 119. Fourth, 86K. And finally, fifth place, 70,000. For sixth place, there will be nothing.
Can you imagine min cashing and making $45,000? No. No, I cannot.
No, and look at that. Another all-in from Daisuke. No way!
No! Wow! Have you seen such a powerful call in your life? What? He's let action behind, too.
And that is all the jacks in the deck. Daisuke, 3 kings left, is in trouble.
My goodness. Daisuke was the chip leader and now runs into Jiaming Zhao's jacks. Daisuke just has Jiaming Zhao covered by 5,000 chips.
That is a quarter of a big blind.
If Daisuke loses this, he will be the shortest stack of the tournament. Needs a king to stay alive. Queen 9-4. Daisuke still live to a king and now a 10 for a gut shot. Daisuke needs a king or a 10 to reclaim his chip lead. The turn. 6 of hearts. Zhao screaming, hold in Mandarin. 82% of the time he will. Daisuke needs a king or 10.
Oh,
Oh my goodness!
Another river. Daisuke hitting the gut shot.
What are these runouts?
What
are
this
these
game?
all-ins? I've never been this excited in the commentary booth before. We've had 5 all-in hands, all in a row.
This is the most exciting feature table I've ever seen.
I know. And the person behind won 4 out of 5 times, you know? The only good hand, the best hand, only best hand that held were 10s versus 5s.
For 3 big blinds.
For 3 big blinds. Oh my goodness, River of Dreams.
Wow, and already someone eliminated from the other table, down to 10 players remaining.
We couldn't write this to be more entertaining, even if we could.
This looks like a James Bond movie.
Casino Royale, Jeju Royale. Ooh, we're getting some Riz right now, too. Look at that Riz little eyebrow flare.
That was a very nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to be the one to shove all in this hand?
So there was no elimination, as the graphics were just slightly off. Zhao does have 2 big blinds left remaining. And we'll go all in for 2 big blinds with the mystery cards. We love ourselves some poker in the dark.
I think Big Blind just has to call this 100%. It's 25K to win a pot that's going to be over 100K. Queen 7, and he has him dominated, which on this final table is not how you want to get your hand all in. Or feature table, rather.
We have seen the worst hand pre be the best hand post. We can see the equities running pretty closely, 59%, 41%. That is accounting that these hands could very often chop. But we shall see. The flop. Ace 10-6. Chen Yanhan covers and is ahead. Jiaming Zhao needs a deuce. Or a 6 for a chop.
Close.
But no cigar. Lots of chop outs. If the board pairs a 6 or a 3, nope, and that will be it. Jiaming Zhao, congratulations to Chen Yanhan on taking down this pot, and a condolences and good game to Jiaming Zhao, eliminated here. 10th place of the Superstar Challenge. Still a commendable feat, placing 10th in a Superstar Challenge, outlasting when the 66% of the field. I think that's
some very tough competition.
Yes, absolutely. And to just even be in a place in your life where you can buy in for $25,000 US. Congratulations to you on that.
Congratulations. You know? And Daisuke back on top. 45 big blinds. It looks like we are going to add one more player from the other table over here, who is most likely going to be the biggest stack of the table.
Charlie Goodboy in YouTube chat says, it's like watching an all-in or fold game. Haha. It is, it is. And folks, remember, the average stack in this entire event right now is about 30 big blinds. There are 2 tables left, and how the table draw just turned out was that this feature table got all of the short stacks and Daisuke. The chip leaders in this event currently have over 100 big blinds. And now that we're down to 10, we will be inviting a new player to the table. And of course, could it be? Yes, it could. I believe that is Mr. Danny Tang joining this table. Putting chopsticks into a water bottle?
Interesting move. Let's see how it works out for him, Greg.
What did I just witness? That was like the Asian equivalent of Phil Hellmuth devouring a sandwich at WSOP. Can show pay jump. Certainly. So we're down to 10. Top 5 get paid out. Up top, 272,000 US dollars. Second place, 187,000. Third place, 119,000 US dollars. Fourth place, 86,000. And fifth, 70,000 US dollars. We're still 5 away from the money, believe it or not. Again, there were only 36 entries. And when I say only, remember, it was a 25,000 US dollar buy-in.
And we see yet another all-in here. Graphics are catching up. Look to be about 200K. Ace-7 off, and Daisuke in the cutoff with Ace-9 off. Giving it some thought here for 13 big blinds.
Yeah, effectively a hijack jam for 13 bigs. And now Ace-9 off. Ace-9 off in the cutoff, facing a 13 big blind jam by the hijack.
You've been studying tournaments for a bit now, have you, Greg? What do
A
you think? Is this a
bit.
call?
I believe so. Want me to check Floptimal? I'll do it.
Go for it. I think Ace-10 is a much quicker call, but I think Ace-9 is... And he does make the call.
Ooh. From a theoretical perspective, Ace-9 off calls like 25% of the time. But again, folks, these players have been playing all day with one another. They're making all kinds of adjustments according to player tendencies. And Ogita does choose the call here for what is a very, very close spot with ICM in play as well. Does go for the rejam to isolate. And a wise move. And Ogita makes the right call here. Does dominate Fan. And now Fanlert all in for his tournament life with Ace-7 offsuit.
Can't be happy seeing Ace-9. Really the bottom of Ogita's calling range there. It does find the call.
Off to flop, needs a 7. King 5 deuce, no good, but does have backdoor clubs. Fanlertz needs a 7. The turn 6 of clubs, wow. Are we gonna see runner, runner, nothing funner once again, Sam? Fanlertz needs a 7 or a club to stay alive. River of Dreams, 3 of spades. It will not be this time. And Fanlertz, as will be sent to the rail, eliminated here in 9th place. 10th place, pardon me, of the Superstar Challenge. As the rich just get richer. Ogita Daisuke taking chips, taking numbers, and now has a 1.2 million chip stack.
Look at him. He's chipping up, chipping down, winning 2 all-ins, just crushing it now. Look at this feature table.
And what might be final table. So, my friends, this is an exciting time. We're now down to 9 players. And the players now will likely get to discuss whether they want to finish the day, keep it a one-day event, or continue tomorrow. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break, but when we come back, we will let you know exactly what is going to happen with these superstars. What an exciting 6-7 all-in hands. My goodness, I've never had experienced anything like that in the commentary booth.
I don't think we were sitting down at all.
No, the only time we sat down was when the tech guys told us to sit down for this shot. But folks, stick around. We'll keep you updated. Again, you're watching the APT Superstar Challenge here at APT Jeju. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Come on! Come on, come on, come on! Come on!
我都在翻勾勾啊，没翻出来。
顶住！顶住！我要喊，我要配了，听到没有？顶住！顶住！啊！歪了！哇！一张2。来吧。2、7、6，行不行？喊6，不行要7。2、6。哎呦，才用得到脚喽！来喽，7。Come on！
然后没上了，操
！Come on， come on， come on！
哪有日本老师跟你说
22万5，回去吧。
我拍来了，你不好。他很期待你。
顶住！顶住！我要喊，不要这样。顶住！顶住！啊！歪了！哇！6，行不行？喊6，要7，2、6。哎呦，还用得到脚喽！
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Jeju, South Korea 2024. We are now at the final table of the Superstar Challenge, 25,000 USD buy-in. Only 5 players paid and 9 remain. Here we are at this stacked final table. The stacks are a little bit deeper. We had a very exciting half hour before this break, and I imagine the pace of play is going to slow down a little bit with these much deeper stacks. How are you doing, Greg?
I'm doing so well. I'm so excited to be doing this. And not only just the pace of play just because they're deeper stacked, but the pace of play because we are also near the money. What does that mean? It means that ICM implications are in play. And so what that really means and manifests as is that a lot of the middling stacks will have to be playing very conservatively and tightly because they're very incentivized to just wait for the shortest stacks to bust out. And let's waste no time getting back into the action. Danny Tang, #1 Hong Kong all-time money list, is at this final table, coming in with 21 big blinds, 23 big blinds, and making a raise from the cutoff with ace-deuce suited. It gets through the button, it gets through the small, it gets through the big, and Danny Tang will take down the first pot of the final table. And so we were talking about the idea of, you know, of course, playing at 25K. Extremely exciting, the amount of adrenaline that must be going through some of these gentlemen. But for some folks, it's another day at the office. And Danny Tang, no stranger to final tables, sitting on a very comfortable 25 big blinds here in seat #1.
Yes, and in seat 2, we have Thomas Ward chipping up quite nicely, sitting on a 1.2 million stack, tied with Daisuke to his left. After that, seat 4, Terry Tan, our chip leader with 2 million in chips. In seat 5, we have Anson Yu. Definitely seen him before. It's not the last time we're going to see him in this event, sitting on a 600,000 stack. About 30 big blinds there. Jen Chu, seat 6, 900K, followed by Joseph Cheong, our second in place with 1.8 million in chips. Seat 8, Yan Han Chen with 400K. And finally, in Seat 9, Yushu Wang with 450K.
And Chu is going to get in the mix under the gun open with ace-10 off of 40 bigs or so. Tang in the small with the suited connector. Very deep.
Proceeds with just a call. Probably doesn't want to 3-bet and fold a hand as pretty as 8-7 of diamonds. And only really has to worry about Anson behind him.
And we don't know what Anson has either. So we're off to a flop, folks. 3 ways to a flop. Under the gun was the pre-flop razor. Flop is king, queen, 7. Tang hits a 7. Chu Chijen ace high but has a gut shot. Anson, who knows? Chu, range advantage, nut advantage. Is multi-way, but we'll see bet. 40K into 140. Just over a quarter pot bet. Tang with the 7. And deep, and with the backdoor diamonds. We'll come along for the ride, and we will never know what Anson had. So now we're off to a turn heads up. Pair of 7s versus ace high. 3 of hearts changes not a thing. Will be hard for Tang to continue against a second barrel. We'll check to Chu, who still has ace high. Some consideration for Chu, does have the ace of hearts. So if the third heart came on the river, could rep the nut flush. We'll choose to barrel again.
I think this just gets it done. You're up against an under the gun range. You only have bottom pair. I can't see Terry proceeding here. It's just a little bit too optimistic.
90K into 220, just under half, gets the job done. And the rich just get richer. All right, Tang Tian Yuan, 94 big blinds, Joseph Chong, 92, and then a large jump to Thomas Ward with 59. And again, that beautiful black Superstar Challenge trophy. That is the second ever Black Lion trophy that the APT has ever made. The first one being won, of course, by none other than Elke last series in Taipei. Monsieur, pardon me, Bertrand Gospelier. Someone's asking, where is this game playing now? Korea? That's right. We are in Jeju. We will see you in Jeju.
Still, 2 more days of day 1 main events and day 2 on Thursday. Still not too late to register. You can still jump in before 11 a.m. on day 2 for the main event. 2 billion Korean won up for grabs. Gonna be roughly around 300,000 USD at least for first place. Not a small amount.
That's right. And if you want more information, please go to apt.poker. Ever since they changed the domain name, it's been so easy to remember. Really quite a treat doing commentary. apt.poker. Easy game. Thomas Ward in the hijack with King 10 offsuit. Thomas Ward from New Zealand has 1.4 total lifetime earnings, according to Hendon Mob.
Oh, he's from Wellington, New Zealand. Very nice city there, but no poker at all.
Ooh, hello. Pocket rockets for our chip leader. Tang Tian Yuan on the button. Ace, ace. AKA Terry.
He's gonna raise it up here. Makes sense, they're quite deep. 160K. Wow, that is a big raise.
That is quite a big raise. Typically, 3-bet sizes we'll see at around these stack depths will be 3x. And Thomas Ward will make like Elsa and let it go.
Oh, that just seems a bit too big for pocket aces. You know, you're really only hoping to cooler your opponent at that point. Like, you really can't continue with a hand like 8-7 suited. Oh, that is a nice trophy.
And just for the low price of 25,000 US dollars, you could stand a chance to win a Superstar Challenge champion trophy yourself. Yes, that's right. You heard me correctly. The buy-in for this event was 25,000 US dollars. 30 million Korean won buy-in.
Oh, and Chen picking up the ace-queen suited here under the gun on a 21 big blind stack. Doesn't have too much behind. Is going to be very happy to see this.
Two big blind raise. Very standard. The smaller our stack depths, the smaller we raise. At 30 big blinds and below, 2 big blind raise is just fine. And we just might have action here. Anson Yu on the button. King Jack suited will make the call. My goodness. Oh!
We are going to see a big pot here, too. Ace-king suited in the small blind. What a spot here. Effective stack here, only 24 big blinds. He's going to be very happy to be able to get this in. May elect for a smaller size. Let's see what he does. Is going to go with that smaller sizing. Looks like 235,000. Effectively saying, I want to get it in with these short stacks here.
Very, very interesting. We don't see the jam. We see the 11 big blind 3-bet. Probably just wants to commit against the shorter stacks, but not risk the entire stack against some bigger, the big blind.
Wow.
Wow. And folks, that's what I mean about the power of ICM. The middling stacks need to play extremely conservatively, as they are very incentivized to just wait out the short stacks to bust. And being right in the middle of the pack with 19 bigs. Just going to find a better spot with ace-queen suited.
That is not a fold I could make.
So check this out. So who has the most ICM pressure here? 4 away from the money. It's pretty much Thomas Ward, all of the 50 big blind stacks. We've got 4 players all at around 20 bigs. And so it's the people with around 50 bigs or so that kind of just need to be careful and be very wary about playing against stacks bigger than their own.
Yeah, this close to the money. You know, a 57 big blind stack is going to get you very close, and you don't want to be battling with the bigger stacks that can afford to just push you around and turn your stack into a very tiny little 20 big blind stack to where you're fighting for survival. And pocket jacks here for Terry Tang in the hijack. No shortage of big hands here at this final table.
Terry Tang, big hands, big stack, big raise. 45K. 2.25.
Ooh, does Anson want to take this reshove spot? King Jack offsuit here.
And this is where the leveling wars begin. Is this big stack just bullying me? Or does he actually have a hand? You know what? I'm going to stick around to find out. Goes ahead and makes the fold. Chen Yen Han in the big blind. Will defend. Really uncomfortable spot regardless. Pure chip EV wise, easy call to defend the big blind. But versus a stack that massively covers you with not the great hand, even if you hit top pair, you kind of hate life. And this flop.
Neither player can be too happy here, but Terry, as the initial raiser, may decide to put in a small bet here. And it looks like a pretty big bet. Looks like half pot.
120 in the middle. Bets half pot. Gets the fold. And Tang, Terry with that pot now takes the chip lead. Over 100 big blinds now. Chen, 16 big blinds, our shortest stack. Danny Tang under the gun with ace queen suited off of 25 big blinds. Standard raise, 2 big blinds, 40 bigs. Pardon me, 40K, 2 bigs. It's going to get all the way around to the blinds. To the big blind with Queen Jack.
He's going to be dominated here, especially against an under-the-gun raise.
But in the big blind, your defend range is just so wide because you just have such a great price. So, we'll make the call, and we'll find himself dominated. Danny Tang does cover here. Off to a flop. His flop comes King, 8, Deuce, 2 clubs. Neither player with a pair. Let's go from there. King 8 Deuce under the gun versus big blind. Dry board, range advantage. This is going to be a high frequency c-bet spot here for Danny Tang.
There it is, putting his position to work.
And when your c-bet frequency is high, your bet will often be very low or very small. So we're going to see the 30K to 110. Less than a third. Just over a quarter. Wang, Yuju will not defend.
I think it's too short to float there.
Absolutely.
Does have some backdoors, is out of position, but these chips are just worth way too much at this point.
Thank you for the chats in chat. 254 people watching on the YouTube live stream. Thank you for being here. If you're enjoying the content and the commentary that we're bringing to you, please hit that subscribe button. Please hit that like button. Helps us grow the game of poker here in Asia.
Wow, another ace-queen suited under the gun.
That's 3 ace-queen suited under the gun we've seen in the past 4 hands.
And different suits too. We got hearts, spades, and now clubs. All we're missing is diamonds.
Oh
the
my.
blinds have gone up to 10K, 25K, really cutting into those short stacks here. Thomas does have to be careful. He is one of those middling stacks, and the bigger stacks can apply a lot of pressure to him. Chen here sitting on 12 big blind stack, king 8 suited. Doesn't want to risk it here.
Danny Tang back into the mix in the big blind king queen offsuit. Almost seems like karma. Had ace queen suited before and raised. Big blind called and was dominated. And now he's the big blind. And now he's dominated versus ace queen suited. Let's navigate a flop. Queen would be disaster. 9-5 deuce. 2 hearts. Thomas Ward ahead with ace queen. Danny Tang will check inflow to Thomas Ward.
A little bit of a better board for the big blind, so makes sense for Thomas Ward to check with a middling hand like this. That's a nice turn card for Thomas. Makes it a bit less likely that Danny does have a 9, does have him beat.
However, Danny Tang does have more 9Xs than Thomas Ward. Under the gun, only really should have ace 9, pocket 9s, king 9 suited if you're being a little loose.
And that is an ace on the river. Thomas going to feel very good about his hand. Has to go for value here after Danny checks. Danny probably feeling pretty good about his showdown value at this point as well. Very, very small bet from Thomas, trying to get called by the exact hand that Danny has here. 35K. Barely over a big blind.
I like the hat in the foreground covering Thomas Ward's tells. It's covering tells on a new level, you know?
Yeah, we could not pick up anything there, Thomas Ward.
Thomas Ward, 49 big blinds, 3rd in chips. Chen Yanhan, Wang Yuju, short stacks, under 20 big blinds. Again, folks, we're not in the money. It's final table. It's not very often you see a final table where everybody isn't well into the money. But that's the case here. Top 5 get paid. Reason being, there were 36 entries. Take a look here. Highlighting Anson, seat number 5. Total live earnings, 1.5 million in chips. I have not seen that graphic before. That's a very nice graphic. A really nice addition to the stream.
It's new, and we will have a few other players being featured.
Yes. Shout out to the entire live stream team that has worked so tirelessly throughout the entire series. Every single day, 12+ hour days. Tang with the red 6s. Gonna make like a promotion and raise. Raises to 55K. The blinds have gone up. Just over 2 bigs. Joseph, one of our big stacks with King Queen offsuit, will come along as well. And Thomas Ward with pocket 3s in the big blind. Easy defend. And this is being against a lot of deeper stacks. It's a pretty great hand to see, pocket 3s. Really easy to play. Won't be put in tough spots. Flop a set. Oh, 3 in the window. Oh, and Joseph Chung hits top pair. Money is going in, my friends. I'm really curious to see how the big stacks and the middling stacks navigate this spot so close to being in the money with such strong hands. Thomas Ward checks in flow. Tang, the pre-flop raiser on this semi-dry board. We'll go ahead and bet 55K into 200K. Quarter pot bet. Joseph Chung will call.
And we have seen Joseph get away from some very strong hands at our feature table earlier today. How much do you think he's going to lose in this hand? Thomas is going to proceed just a call. He's going to set the trap here.
Love to see it. Turn. Deuce of diamonds. Action killer of a card. The front door flush does come in. Thomas Ward will check. Tang will check his cards for a diamond. Yes, he does have one. Flush draw is on live. Joseph Chung does have the queen of diamonds. Terry will check.
Makes sense after getting called in 2 places. Can't be happy about his pocket 6s at this point, especially after the diamonds have come through. And Joseph is going to bet here. He's got the queen of diamonds. He's got top pair. Wants to get some value in. About a 3rd pot here from Joseph. He's going to try and put some pressure on some maybe weaker kings or some medium pocket pairs. Perhaps even some ace highs with the ace of diamonds. Thomas just a call here. Doesn't want to get too out of line. Doesn't want to raise into a flush, especially against two people that are covering him.
That's right. And something I've learned recently is about the idea of risk premiums. The higher your risk premium, the more equity you need to call all in for your tournament life. And if you were to ask who has the higher risk premium between these two players, it's Thomas Ward. He needs... Wow, that's going to be a great card for Thomas. Boat's up here. As a milling stack near the money, he does not want to stack off light. And so, has taken the passive route in this hand, very understandably. Joseph Cheong now.
There's no way he checks back here.
Yep.
He's got to lose a little bit more.
Thomas Ward just has so many, yes, flushes, but there's so much to get value from. King Jack, King 10, King 9, King 8. All of these King X's that Thomas Ward will defend in the big blind. Can't be not too worried about too many deuce X's here. Only really worried about flush, but makes a bet of 175 into what was about 600. So a small bet to get calls from small hands, but Thomas Ward at the top of his range goes all in. And what a line to take Joseph in a bit of the blender. What check calls flop, check calls turn, now check jams river. If you had a set, wouldn't you have raised on the flop?
Yeah, his bluffs could be a hand like ace-7 with the ace of diamonds here. He's definitely going to check call the flop, check call turn, and now decides the 7's no good. Definitely going to want to turn it into a bluff.
But are you going to bluff as a middling stack near the money? Is another consideration that Joseph Cheong is to think about as well. So it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle here for Joseph. And this would be a massive, massive call off. 795 to call. Would have about 600,000 behind. So 24 bigs. Going from one of the chip leaders, 24 bigs is no easy decision to make.
I mean, this is probably the weakest hand Joseph has in this spot here, is a king with a diamond. And he does indeed find the fold. Thomas is going to add a ton of chips to his stack. It's going to bring him up to second place here with 70 big blinds and 1.8 million, and one step closer to winning the Black Lion Trophy.
Wow, and look at that, Thomas Ward skyrockets his second in chips, 1.8 million. What an exciting hand there. Hand number, we'll find out shortly. Round and round the button goes. Where it stops, we'll stay tuned and find out.
Yeah, really well played by Joseph there. Got to go with some value on that river, and facing that raise, just got to get out of there.
Thomas Ward back into the mix. Blind versus blind, are we, Sam?
Yes, we are. Thomas in the small blind. Bumping up with the king, jack. Using a 3x sizing here into Daisuke. Looks down to the 8-5 of diamonds. He is one of those middling stacks. It is easy to say he can just call here, but may just get himself into a bad spot here.
Middling stack versus big stack. We'll make the call. And yeah, very interesting as I'm watching and learning, gleaning information from these esteemed players about how passively one must play when your risk premium is high, near the money, as a middling stack.
And look at this flop. Top 2 for Thomas Ward, and Daisuke flopping himself a flush draw, and this is going to get messy. He is one of those middling stacks that wants to preserve as many chips as possible. But now he's got himself a medium flush draw, facing a pretty large bet here. We're looking at about half pot from Thomas Ward.
That's right. And even if you do hit that flush and you face aggression, you still kind of hate life.
Yes, it is only an 8-high flush, and it is your tournament life, and there's 272,000 USD up top. Daisuke proceeding cautiously with just a call here.
Turn the
six
of
of diamonds.
Oh, wow. Not only has Daisuke hit his 8-8 flush, he is now drawing to an open-ended straight flush draw.
Thomas does have the jack of diamonds as well, giving himself quite a bit of equity, even though he is up against a flush, and wisely checks it over. Very surprising he didn't want to go for the max there. Top two.
I am surprised to see the check as well. Blind versus blind ranges are wide. King Jack, top two. Still very much can go for value. We do also have to understand that Thomas Ward, even though he does cover Daisuke, also has a high risk premium. To lose a 970,000 chips at this point for Thomas would also be devastating. So both these players still lots of pressure between the two of them.
Wow, and a very big bet. 225K, nearly a pot-sized bet here. You don't see that too often on these flush completer turns. They generally want to size down so that you can bet some more weaker hands like a bottom two pair. But Daisuke gonna go for the pot-sized bet, and Thomas has one of those hands that has to call.
Yes, Thomas Ward does have the jack of diamonds. 8 of hearts on the river as Daisuke gets the check mark.
And Daisuke has set himself up perfectly for a river shove here. Look at that. 90% on the turn, around 90% on the river. It's only a matter of time before he moves all in, and Thomas is going to be in a very brutal spot. Top two with the diamond blocker is, oh, I don't envy his spot.
Yep. Daisuke might take the same line with Queen 10 with the Queen of Diamonds.
A little bit less than an all-in, it looks like.
Yep. Gonna leave behind 9 big blinds. Enough to navigate and stay alive. Should Daisuke lose the pot?
Maybe trying to make it look a little bit more bluffy, saying, hey, if I lose, if you call my bluff, I still have 10 big blinds to work with.
The mind games, the mind games. Thomas will use all of the time banks. What a spot for Thomas Ward. Gets rewarded with the boat. And now needs to fade a dicey situation. And that's poker for you. Sometimes the cards just go your way. And sometimes you just get put in spot after spot. Tough spots is Jackie Huang 666. I agree.
It's a very tough spot. I don't think he beats any value at this point that Daisuke is representing, especially with these very large sizings. I cannot see Daisuke going for this with, say, 7-6 offsuit here.
Yaz in the chat for Thomas Ward. And makes the call and showing the bad news. Up and down. Thomas Ward got up to second in chips, and now knocked below what he had before.
Yeah, he still has 34 big blinds to battle around with. Be interesting to see if he would have made the call for all of Daisuke's chips there.
And Daisuke takes the lead once again. We saw him come into the lead, coming into the first feature table when we were down to 2, and now reclaims the title once more here at the final table of the APT Superstar Challenge. As we welcome our wonderful new dealer to the table. Something we like to do here at the APT is highlight the culture of whatever country we're in, and we do that sometimes through reflecting the traditional clothing of the country we're in. So we see that the dealer here is wearing the hanbok, the traditional clothing for women to wear here in Korea. Vitter single in the chat. How is he even tanking and not snapping? Hashtag superstars. Chat pros, am I right?
To be honest, I most likely would have called that very fast and
Oh.
not thought about it at all.
Blind versus blind. Heck yeah, like, you know, like big blind could be value betting. Where's two pairs there? Even top pair.
I don't think so. I think his turn sizing was too big.
Oh,
on
yeah.
a flush completer.
Nope. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, chose to polarize the hand.
Yeah, on the turn. He basically was saying flush or nothing on the turn. It is one of those spots where you actually don't want to have the ace of diamonds when you face these polarized bets, because that is going to be your opponent's main bluff card. So the jack of diamonds, a much better card to have than the ace of diamonds in that spot, and especially when paired with top two. Not a whole lot Thomas Ward could have done there.
Speaking of the ace of diamonds in the window, Danny Tang top pair, 10 kicker. Terry, pair of eights. Pardon me. What am I saying? 8 high.
Maybe we'll see an 8 on the turn.
Maybe.
But I think Danny
You know
is
what it
going-
was? I saw the 8, and I saw the 8% equity, and I was like, ah, pair of eights.
That is a pair of eights, just not the one that Terry would like.
I'm just going to reiterate what you said just for my own learning. You don't want the ace of diamonds in that spot because... Oh, actually, pardon me. Danny Tang. 25 million total lifetime earnings. World ranking, number 33. Hong Kong, number 1. Best life cash, 1.7. Like I said, folks, another day in the office for Danny Tang.
Another day in the office, playing for 272,000. And yes, going back to that, the ace of diamonds there is a very bad card to have when you are thinking about bluff catching in that spot, as your opponent is saying they have a flush or the nut flush blocker. It's not a spot where they're ever going to have two pairs, so they're not too relevant. The ace of diamonds is the key card there. So queen or jack of diamonds are cards that you really want to have in your hand. You want to block the most flushes from your opponent, and you want to unblock the bluffs.
I see. Having the ace of diamonds blocks their bluffs, meaning they have more value, so it makes bluff catching less wise.
Yes, and it's going to block their main bluffs, so it's really going to weight them heavily towards value when you hold the card they're trying to say they're bluffing with.
I see, I see. Bluffalo Sam, of course, an esteemed YouTuber himself, found fame turning $100 into $100,000 in less than a year. Make sure you go subscribe to Bluffalo Sam on YouTube. First stint here at the Asian Poker Tour. First time doing commentary. And listening and just doing this frame with him right now, you'd think he's been doing this for years. And a great addition here to the Asian Poker Tour.
Thanks, Greg. Very happy to be here. Would love to be playing at this table, but I think I would not be able to compete here. As we see Daisuke opening up the Jack-7 of hearts. And facing a 3-bet from a mystery hand, Terry, 175K.
And we will never know what Terry had in hand 60 of the Superstar Challenge. We will go to our graves, never knowing if that was a 3-bet bluff from the small blind by Terry or value. Aces or 7 deuce. We'll never know. Some of you might be saying, Greg, it wasn't 7 deuce. How do you know? How do you know? You don't.
I think we would have seen him show. And there it is, Daisuke Ogita, seat number 1 from Japan. Total live earnings, 1.8 million. And he did win the APT Taipei main event. Perhaps even the APT Jeju. Time will only tell.
Could be. Who knows?
Russell Westbrook in chat. I hope Justin and Joseph go heads up. Two of my favorite players. You know, based on the way Joseph is playing right now, that could definitely be a reality. Terry, looking down the 8-5 of diamonds on the button. Gonna put that big stack to work, raises it up. Anson looks like he's got himself a hand here. King Jack off and moves all in there. 16 big blinds. Easy reshove and oh no. Justin in the big blind, waking up with the ace queen off.
Is in the chat for Anson.
And is going to move all in. Push Terry out of the pot, and Anson is going to get the bad news. It's not that bad, though. He still has 31%. It could have been a lot worse from a big blind reshove there.
Absolutely. So, folks, Anson, blind versus blind, all in for his tournament life with King Jack versus Ace Queen, who covers. Anson needs a king or a jack to stay alive. Flop. Queen 10-7. Very interesting. Top pair, top kicker for Chu. Anson open-ended. Needs an ace or a nine.
And
Ace
there it is,
of spades. But both out still for Ace Queen. Not out of the woods yet. Anson needs to fade an ace or queen to find the double. River of Dreams, 6 of spades, no flush. And that will be a double up.
Wow, Anson adding to that stack up to nearly 40 big blinds now. Another roller coaster all in. It is never easy here.
And just unfortunate loss there for Justin.
Got a feel for him. Flopping top pair, top kicker, and then making top two. But giving your opponent a straight.
Russell saying, so sick. I agree. Russell also saying, I hope Justin and Joseph go heads up. Two of my favorite players. Jay versus Jay. Would be cool to see. Joseph, 55 big blinds. And Justin,
25 big blinds.
25. Also on screen, we see, as Reed says, Chu Chi-Jen. But very well-known player. We'll call him Justin. It depends if I want to play this.
And Justin picking up the ace-10 of hearts here under the gun. Or sorry, Chen, not Justin. 12 big blind stack. Is he going to go for a min raise or all of it?
Nine-handed under the gun with ace-10 suited, though. Still does not feel great. Down to 8 players, still 9 players, probably 9 players. It was double up previously. 2 big blind raise off of 12 bigs.
Is he ever raise folding ace-10 of hearts here, though? With only one raiser?
I don't know what I would do in this spot.
Personally, I think I just ship it in there.
Just instead of min raising, just ship pre. Just
yeah, 12 bigs.
Yeah. What's the consideration there? It was you want to jam hands like your high offsuit queen, ace x, so ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 off, and you're gonna balance that with your suited king x's, so like king 10, king 10, king jack, and then some suited queens as well. I think your suited ace x off of 12 bigs has a higher frequency of 2 big blind raising because there's more playability post.
Okay, so you're hoping to get a heads up with the big blind here, or maybe the button.
Yes. You're hoping you just get 1 or 2 calls and then you flop the nuts. Or, you know, there's more playability. You're going to have a single heart. Like, look at that.
And yeah.
Over his flush draw.
And Joseph does have himself a gut shot here. It could be a board that he could lead, as Chen just isn't going to be opening up any 8s or any 6s under the gun here, but he does have all the overpairs.
Yes, that's right. Joseph, from the big blind, does have the nut advantage. All of the 8Xs that Chen just should not have, except pocket 8s, maybe ace-8 suited. Won't have ace-8 offsuit, theoretically.
So if you are raising the ace-10 of hearts up to 2 big blinds, are you calling, say, a cutoff shove?
I don't know what the range looks like for single raise and a call. I'd have to double check. Bink, ace of spades on the turn. Very comfortable board for Chen.
Yeah,
Top
I'd like
pair
to see him
and
go
kicker.
for the trap here. There's really no bad rivers for him. He's got the hearts locked up. He has top pair. His opponent, got to give him a chance to bluff at it. Looks like he wants to bet, though.
See a bet of 65? 70. 70 and 215. So third pot bet. And a fold by Joseph. Nice pot there. Wang Yuju, our shortest stack, 15 big blinds. Followed by Chen, 17 big blinds. Let's talk about Joseph Chung here, seat number 7. Wow! 18 million total lifetime earnings. World ranking 59th. In the 2010 WSOP main event, placed 3rd. Wow! We've got some superstars in this Superstar Challenge.
Who would have thought a 3rd place finish in the main event? That is probably one of the most prestigious final tables to get to.
You gonna play the main this year, Sam?
10,000 seems a bit steep, to be honest. One day.
I'm gonna play it for the first time this year.
Are
Really
you?
excited? I'm gonna get staked, of course, but been in the industry now for like 3 years, and I've just kind of been putting it off. But this past year, I've been getting more into tournaments, hugely in part because of the APT having done commentary for so many different live streams. And I think it's time. I think it's time.
If I do play, maybe we'll have another side bet.
Just hedge we should just hedge our bets in terms of the buy-in. $10,000 last longer challenge.
Yep. Let's do it.
We're definitely doing that.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. Verbally binding on live stream.
Oh, Terry picking up the 9-8 of hearts in the hijack. Could put a little bit of pressure on his opponent here. Daisuke opening up the ace-jack suited, but decides just to let it go. 9-8 suited, now in the solver land, is one of the worst suited connectors because of the reverse implied odds on a queen-jack-10 board when you face ace-king. Still can't bring myself to fold that hand.
Yeah, it's just ace-king. That's 16 combos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
It's fine.
Just be worried when you see queen-jack-10. Don't be happy.
Yeah, just, stop thinking about the queen-jack-10s in your life. Think of, look on the 5, 6, 7 side of life sometimes,
Yep.
You can't be worried. In life you can't be worried. You can't be like dealt black aces and worry that the board's gonna come out 9, 8, 7 all diamonds. You gotta play those aces. All right? You heard it here first.
Those boards are just horrible, especially when you get multiple colors. Anson has to fold the 7-6 suited here in the hijack. That one would hurt me. Jason here, ace deuce off, 25 big blinds. He's gonna try and steal the blinds here. Wang getting a very good price here, but he's only on 13 big blinds. These chips really mean a lot to him.
Tis but a wafer thin raise. But we'll make like what's my other thing I say? We'll make like the passengers and let it go.
Oh, come on.
What, you preferred the Elsa one?
I like the Elsa one, I'll say.
There's one more. There's one more. I can't remember what it is right now.
My nephew's like Frozen, so that one has a special place in my heart.
Make like James Bay and let it go.
Ah, that's the one.
That's the one. Shout out to James Bay, getting me through some tough breakups. Again, folks, you're watching the APT Superstar Challenge. 9 players left remaining. Only 5 get paid out. Terry with pocket 9s. Gonna raise it up to 60. Wong off of 12 bigs. King 8 suited versus the early position raise. Does have a good blocker. Can make hands that dominate him fold. But it's just too risky of a spot. We'll find a better spot soon, especially this close to the money. And Terry just running over this table, whopping 2 million in chips. Terry Tong, second right now. There's 79 big blinds, just short of Daisuke Ogita, the Taipei main event champion. Back in 2024. Back in 2024, I mean back in a couple months ago. What was that, February? Checks out. You can hear the floor announcing some announcements for the main event that's currently happening. Day 1A was today, and we have 2 more flights happening. If you want more information about that, it's still not too late to join. Go to apt.poker for more information. Chen, ace-10 offsuit from the cutoff, fine raise off of 15 bigs. Thomas Ward will defend the suited queen, and the big blind does cover. Off to a flop, queen high, queen jack 5. 2 spades and a club. Thomas Ward ahead with top pair, no kicker. Chen has the gut shot. King to make the Broadway straight. Queen, jack 5. Looks like will be a heavy bet board. Could check back at some frequency. We'll elect to bet here. 40K into 120, 40K into 130. About a third pot bet. Thomas will call. Off to the turn now. 8 of hearts. 10-9 gets there, the most obvious straight draw. Other than that, not much else changes. Thomas Ward still ahead with top pair, 4 kicker. Chen does block 10-9. Does have range advantage. Does have nut advantage. Can get a lot of better hands to fold. Does have 11 big blinds. Off of 290,000, puts in 75, but a quarter of his stack.
Another uncomfortable spot for Thomas, but with top pair and so many draws available, he is going to make the call. Chen is going to need some help here. Ace, king, or 9 to improve him. Or he could just bluff and win. 6 of spades is not one of them.
Thomas will check. To me, that seems like a give-up card. Front door flush completes. Big blind will have a lot more flushes than cutoff will. All of the suited ace X, all the suited king X, all the suited queen X, jack X blocked, but there's a lot of suited 10X and 9X as well. 8X, all just the suited gap pairs, suited connectors that the big blind will defend.
You know, a bet here I think would work, but his hand is probably just going to want to check back. And Thomas, happy to see that check back, I'm sure, and just going to take it down there with top pair.
Last level, guys. Last level. Level 16 is your last level, guys. Good luck.
We just heard Floor say level 16. This is your last level. So regardless of what happens today, folks, we're playing down to the end of level 16. So folks, if you're still watching, 355 people, thank you for tuning in. Just a heads up. This is the last level of the night before we resume the APT Superstar Challenge tomorrow. Terry, under the gun, ace-10 offsuit. Ace-10 offsuit. At the bottom of your offsuit ace-X raising range, we'll elect to fold this time round.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's on 30-ish bigs, ace-10 off, a lot of big stacks behind him, a lot of short stacks as well, and ace-10 off can just go in the muck, I think. Joseph in mid position here, gonna raise the jack-10 offsuit.
Very cool to see how these professionals, these players adjust dependent on player dynamics, ICM dynamics. Joseph Chung will raise, everybody will fold. Chen in trouble now, and so is Wang, as for the first time that we've seen since the live stream, at least for myself, stacks under 10 big blinds.
Hansen not picking up too much here at this final table. Just sort of standing by. Did have a nice little double up there with the king jack. All in all, not really getting too many playable hands. Same with Danny here. Not too much action since it's ace-queen suited. Thomas, quite the active player though. Picks up the queen 3 suited on the button. Is definitely going to open this one up. 60K, little min raise here.
Terry, also another very active player. Will get into the mix, defending Jack 8 offsuit in the big blind. Off to a flop. This flop comes King, King, Jack, Rainbow. Queen high for Thomas, Jack high for Tong. Oh, pardon me, a pair of jacks. Kings and jacks for Terry here.
This is a board that Thomas is going to have a lot more stronger hands. Although Terry is also going to have quite a few King X here, as he can defend as wide as King Deuce off.
Lots of King X's in range in the big blind for sure. But also have to, and that's a lot of people fear about that. It's like, oh yes, but big blind has so much King X, you know. But you have to remember, big blind also has a lot of junk as well. 7-5 suited. Queen 8 offsuit. Things like that. You just get easily get folds from.
And Terry making an unconventional raise here with the jack. We did see him lead out on a King Jack 10 board before in big blind versus cutoff, but yeah, these unconventional plays have been working out for him. Look at that monster stack in front of him.
Yeah, maybe some consideration about his jack needing some protection, especially with 8 kicker. Maybe like a hand like ace jack, queen jack more likely to flat. And then your jack X's with bad kickers that could very easily get blown off the pot in the turn or river. Maybe wants to check raise to flop. That's maybe my thinking.
Perhaps. The only hands that are really going to be in a tough spot facing that raise, though, are hands like pocket 10s or 9s, maybe 8s. The rest of them have very straightforward, easy decisions, and I don't think you want to give your opponent such an easy time. But this man is playing a 25K Superstar Challenge, so I'm sure he knows better than I do.
Yeah, and like in these moments also too, these players have been playing all day with one another, have excellent reads, making a lot of decisions based off of player history, live reads that we're well unaware of. Joseph, ace king offsuit in +1 versus the under the gun raise by Justin. We're going to see a 3-bet by Joseph. Slightly smaller side of a 3-bet, but Justin is shorter as well.
Oh, wow, and look at this. Thomas.
For you.
Another big spot for him. Another chance to double up his stack. Pocket kings here.
Hand 69 of the stream. I knew it would be a special one. And Justin has ace-jack offsuit under the gun.
At least he has an easy decision facing this. Looks like a 4-bet shove here from Thomas Ward. And Joseph, once again in a spot where Thomas is jamming on him. And he's got quite a strong hand.
Yes, and this is one of those spots where he is the middling stack. 39 bigs, middling stack. There's a 7 big blind stack at the table, a 10 big blind stack at the table, and you have ace king, and you might be thinking, wow, just, you know, yeah, cooler, but snap call, you have ace king. Not really, that's straightforward, because he's a middling stack. There's a bunch of shorter stacks shorter than him, and they're not in the money yet. They're so close to being in the money. So this is a big ICM spot.
Look at that, a time bank. Imagine using a time bank on a 30 big blind shove when you're holding ace king. That is impressive.
And he would only be drawing to 2 outs, as we did see ace jack hit the muck. Repping the Phenom poker patch. Will we see a phenomenal fold? Second time bank.
In chat, look at this. Pray for Joseph. What a bear, haha, says cooler. It might not be. He's given it some serious thought. He may be able to make another incredible fold, showing us why he's deserving of his 18 million in live cashes.
Because here's the thing. Even if he knew that Thomas Ward had...
Whoa!
Wow. Bravo. Bravissimo. Nice fold, says Thomas Ward. I don't think you know how nice of a fold it was, Thomas. Rabbit hunt one time? One time? No.
Wow. Incredible.
Wow. Russell Westbrook, your prayers were heard. Incredible fold.
How does he do it?
And that's how you play ace-king. I don't want to hear people complain about ace-king anymore. No. After that, no. Oh, you stacked up ace-king? That was your fault. You couldn't just Joseph it that time? Sounds like that was on you. My goodness.
I like that term. That could be the new term. Folding ace-king, 30 big blinds.
Joseph it. Yeah, just Joseph it, bro.
Just Joseph it.
Did you think about like, oh, dude, like, oh, Pappy, dude, I ran ace-king into like kings. I'm like, oh, did you Joseph it? No, you didn't.
No, you pulled a Greg goes all in, didn't you?
Yep, you Gregged it. You Gregged it up real good, didn't you?
Ooh, pocket sixes here with Wang on a 10 big blind stack. He is in early position though.
Yeah. This is theoretically just clear jam. It is a clear jam. And yeah, we've been talking about ICM a lot, but his risk premium isn't very high because he needs to double.
I don't like this min raise with pocket sixes. I don't think it's a hand that really wants to get action post flop. It's very tough to play on such a short stack.
Yep.
You're going to have some overcards to deal with. And look at this. Terry is just going to move all in for him, I imagine.
Yeah. I was in a very similar spot with sixes early position, and that's how I've learned specifically about this hand. It's, yeah, very difficult to play post flop. So you're just going to get blown off your equity. And yes, when you get called, you're either dominated or flipping. And so I've learned, but the value comes in getting just overcards to fold. Getting a hand like Jack 8 offsuit to fold versus a jam when you have sixes is incredibly valuable. Boy, yo, what is happening? So we're going to see the sixes min raise off of 10 big blinds. We're going to see a button 3-bet with ace queen offsuit. And now Justin with ace queen offsuit in the big blind.
And with 19 big blinds as well. Oh, this is going to be a tough spot. Terry clearly wants to get it in. He doesn't necessarily be too worried about Wang as he's only got around 10 big blinds, and this min raise from him is looking like it could be quite wide. But Terry wanting to get it in versus that stack is concerning, especially with a hand like ace-queen that isn't going to be ahead too often. You know, is Terry really doing this with ace-jack? Probably not. And the hand would have been a little bit different if Wang had just moved all in. And nice fold there from Justin. The ace-queen's going to hit the muck. And Wang is in trouble for his tournament life here with the pocket sixes.
I loved that shot. Whoever, the camera person who took that shot earlier, this shot right here. Just such a close, intimate, personal look. You can see the thoughts just bouncing around in his mind here. Knowing that this could very well be the end of the journey or a decisive double up for the tournament.
Did he raise 2 big blinds to raise fold? Is that what he's thinking about here?
Could be. I think maybe the decision could be as well, like, do I find a better spot to double? And he will find a better spot to double.
Oh, Terry doesn't know it, but that's probably the best result for him.
Incredible result.
Gets another ace-queen to fold and a hand that had 60% against him. Also makes it to the muck on a 10 big blind stack.
Yep. And Wang now with 8 big blinds.
What a bear in chat saying so many ace-queen. Yes, I think that is the hand of this hour.
Yeah. Quick, how many combos of ace-queen are there?
16.
How many of them are suited?
4.
How many are offsuit?
12.
Adds up to 16. Buffalo Sam, everybody. Subscribe on YouTube.
Ooh, Danny, king, queen off here. 17 big blinds, early position.
The poker gods heard us complaining about ace-queen and decided to spice it up. Demotion. King-queen.
Oh, Thomas Ward, the ace-4 diamonds. A little bit of an awkward stack depth here with Danny Tang. You know, does he really want to get it in? You know, raise it up here with the ace-4 diamonds? He does. He is going to turn the ace-4, one of the wheel aces, into a bluff here. Raising up an early position raise. Danny's only on 15 big blinds, though. Do you think he's going to put in 150K? He is giving himself room to raise fold here.
I do like the raise by Thomas. Something I've learned recently is when 3-bet bluffing, is you want to have 3-bet bluff with hands with good blockers like Ace X, King X, and you want to raise to get dominating hands to fold. So you want Danny Tang to fold out hands like Ace 10 off here, Ace 9 off here, if he's opening those. Ace 7 suited.
Someone in chat asking where Terry's from. He is from China.
中国. The motherland.
Yes.
Sorry, not the motherland. My specific motherland as an ethnically Chinese person. Saved it.
Yes, you did. Oh, look at that. Danny picking up another hand back to back. Let's see if we can get something going here.
The poker gods heard us again. We complain about ace queen here, have king queen. We complain about king queen here, demotion again, have king jack.
Yeah, let's see if we can get something going. It's been a very slow final table for him.
2 big blind raise off of 15 from early position.
Dice gave the ace-9 off. Don't really think this is a 3-bet bluff here. If you're using these offsuit ace combos, you want to have the pip below their offsuit opens, and Danny is not opening up an offsuit 10x. Oh no, Jason here, the pocket 9s. Danny only on a 15 big blind stack, as well as Jason only has 18 bigs. Sam Wong in chat asking for the payout. It is 272,000 up top. There are only 5 places paid. Second, 187. Third, 119. Fourth place, 86. And fifth place, 70,000.
I see an all-in puck out there. I don't see Danny Tang with cards. What's happened? Okay, Justin jammed. Danny folded.
Danny's getting pushed around. He doesn't know it, but he is just running into it, unfortunately, in this final table. Down to 13 big blinds.
Top 5 pays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 6th place, I believe, was Chu Chijen or Justin. Lots of Justin fans in the chat. Love to see it. Represent.
Interesting to see the different ways players stack their chips here. Anson with the stacks of 5, going back and forth. Others at 20. We see Terry stacking his chips all the way up to 40s. Ooh, Jason, a little Jack 10 suited here. Gonna raise it up there.
A beautiful hand to see.
Oh, no.
But not when you're up against King, 4 big blinds.
Oh, yeah.
King, 4 big blinds.
All right, Chen, get it in. He does have 4 big blinds, right?
I see like 120 there.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. I see. Yeah, those are 5 greens. So 125.
155K.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Wang will most likely get out of the way. He's only on 6 bigs.
Yep. And again, I know it seems odd to say that the short stacks don't have the most ICM pressure. But it's true. They have the least. They have to double. There's no sense in them waiting around any longer. They are the shortest. If they don't make a move, they will lose all their chips. So the short stacks heavily incentivized to put their tournament lives at risk to double up and give themselves a good chance of running deep. Wang, we saw earlier with the pocket 6s off of 10 bigs. Go for a raise fold. Wang with 125,000 total lifetime earnings. Getting into the mix here of the Superstar Challenge. Do love to see it. Welcome, welcome.
I doubt Jason is folding regardless of what Wang decides to do. Price is just too good.
Wow. Wang goes all in versus cutoff versus the cutoff open small blind jam. Big blind will jam.
And Jason has to make the call here.
Justin. We've got a 3-way all in. Jack 10 suited covers the 2 short stacks. There is a small side pot between King 10 and Jack 10. King went all in with pocket 4s. Chen is celebrating because a triple up from 4 bigs is massive. Off to a flop. Flop is ace, Jack 3.
It's always an ace, but luckily for Chen, no one
Kings
has
are
it.
holding. Wang with a gut shot needs a queen. Chu needs a jack. King's 83% favorite to triple up here. Needs to fade a queen or a jack. And that would be a triple up for Chen. A loss of some chips for Justin. And elimination for Mr. Wang. Out here in 9th of the Superstar Challenge.
Chen definitely has some playing around chips now. 16 big blinds. Still have a few short stacks at the table. Still a lot to play for. 8 remaining.
Bitter disappointment for Wang, but shows some camaraderie with his compatriots here at the table. We are now down to 8 players of the Superstar Challenge. 5 get paid. 3 away from the money. But only 1 superstar. Who will it be?
These medium stacks must be having the worst time. Just waiting around. There's 2 short stacks at the table, waiting for them to bust. Then they'll be 1 away from a 70,000 USD money bubble.
And you would think everybody would want this bubble to be over as soon as possible. But no. That is not true. In the shadows lurk big stacks that want the bubble to go on forever. Why would I say that?
because they can keep adding to their stack with all this pressure. The people that can maximally exploit these ICM pressure are the big stacks. They can punish the medium stacks if they get a little bit too loose. And the short stacks are just trying to hold and hopefully wait for the other players to bust.
Yes, and to illustrate that point, here is a little story that I heard recently. It's the story of folding aces pre. Big stack had aces versus a short stack jam on the Stone Cold Money Bowl. Big stack folded aces. Big brain, huh?
Yep.
Big brain.
That ICM pressure, something I would never be able to do.
Such a baller move. I'll let you live. I will show you mercy. Just so I can take more money from you and your compatriots. But just a little bit longer.
Oh, Anson making a raise here. 60K, the king 10 off in middle position. Joseph going to make the call. Another king queen off here from Chen on the button. Just lets it go.
+3 raise with king 10 off. Ace jack calls from the cutoff. Big blinds fold. Single raise pot. Heads up. Flop is ace, ace, king. Both players with a piece. Anson, the pre-flop raiser, has 2 pair aces and kings 10 kicker. Joseph Chong has trips. And just at the very, very top of his range.
Wow, Anson, a nice check there. Usually you're going to see a very small bet on a board like ace, ace, king. And he does pick up another 10, which will give him a few more full house outs, which really doesn't change a whole lot.
2 flush draws on the board. Flop went check, check. Turn now. We'll go check, bet.
Joseph using a 1/3 sizing. Doesn't have to go too big here, as it's going to put a lot of pressure on Anson's sort of queen highs, jack highs.
Anson needs a king or a 10. 3 of hearts, no good. Backdoor flush does get there.
You know what? I'm looking at this hand, and Anson has the most incredible hand to bluff with all those blockers. The king of hearts, the full house blockers, but
an
on
uncapped
24
range
big blinds,
of
it's
the ace king.
It's tough.
Kings. Yeah, and also especially with, again, still a lot more short stacks. Wow, wow, you might have called it. Let's see, about $200,000, 200,000 chip bet, 225.
A lead into Joseph.
Wow, what an excellent read on that spot. Just realizing, because usually when you have showdown value, you try to get a showdown, you check. But just Anson just has to read here that King X is no good. Bluffs, does get called by, but still can't fault either player. What a move there by Anson, one of his best bluffs.
Yeah, runs into trips there from Joseph. I think I like the line more as a check raise.
Yep.
Rather than leading out after calling the turn bet. It's it'll be a bit more believable if you went for the check raise.
Yeah, it's a little awkward stack size wise though. It's like 200. It was like what, 300 in the pot. He had 500 behind. So even if you face like a 200K bet, 2/3 pot bet, river bet's usually gonna be large. His check raise jam is 2.5x.
Yeah.
Does he really have fold equity? Maybe he has more fold equity if he leads out on the flush completer.
Potentially. But it goes back to, wouldn't he just bet it out himself on the turn rather than check call here?
Yeah. Bet, yeah. Wouldn't you bet your flush draws on the turn? So many decision points.
So many. I can't imagine what's going through their heads. They must have very significant reads on each other. Joseph, it's a bit of a loose open here. Ace-3 off in the hijack. There are quite a few small stacks behind that he has to watch out for, and Thomas nearly covers him in the big blind. The King-7 off is going to make the call.
Flop comes, Jack, 6, deuce. Pretty dry board. When the board is dry, your C-bet frequency is high. Did that rhyme? It did. Learning with Greg Goes All In and Bluffalo Sam on an APT live stream. And keeping it Dr. Seuss friendly. What more do you want? Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell.
There we are. I just threw in a like for your Dr. Seuss rhyme.
Thank you very much.
Joseph picking up a better hand here in the hijack. Ace-10 of diamonds. See him put in some additional chips. 60K into the middle. Daisuke, King Deuce off in the big blind. Does he want to defend here? He does not. Terry Tang still maintaining that chip lead. And Daisuke hasn't been too active lately. Whole lot of quite card dead this final table.
Danny Tang entering the 10 big blind zone. Waiting for a spot. Ooh. Blind on blind. 2 massive stacks. Daisuke with ace queen suited. Getting the stare down from Terry. I hate being looked at the poker table, but I also hate looking at other people. Just prolonged eye contact's uncomfortable.
I'm the same with you.
That's why I see the value in sunglasses, but like, just not my style. I tried it. I tried it out. I didn't like it.
You've got those nice all-in glasses.
I can't see anything in those. Hey, we're gonna see a limped pot here. Ace queen versus 9-7. Ace queen. A fine trap. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, Daisuke flopping top pair, top kicker, but Tang has got himself a gut shot. An 8 would be very messy for Daisuke. These players are incredibly deep at this final table.
8 of diamonds would be sexy, though.
Oh, that would be the action card in the entire deck.
Quarter pot bet and a call. Turn. And 8 of hearts. Not the 8 of diamonds that we called for, but a red 8. Tang. Terry now takes the lead with the straight. Just drills the gut shot.
And let's see how expensive this gets for Daisuke. 8 of hearts.
Wow.
Wow.
How does he do it? Blind versus blind, ranges are wide, top pair, top kickers, the nuts.
I was about to say the 8 is going to be a better card for Tang here. But it is still a limped pot, so Tang can just have absolute dust here. You know, he can still have the 5 deuce offsuit here. What sizing is Tang to go with? A half pot bet here. Daisuke, only one option on the table here, really.
Call, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. You know, my all-in button's just very trigger happy on that.
You can't get too aggressive on this board. The river is going to be... Oh, did I speak too soon? No, no. The river, you know, 40% of the deck is going to be very tough to play out of position here for just one pair. Terry, just consistent with the staring. 3 of hearts, about as blank as they can get. Daisuke checking. If his opponent's bluffing, he wants him to continue bluffing. Then depending on the sizing, he may decide to go for a very thin check raise bluff. I imagine Terry's going to go quite large here. We have seen him use some very large sizings when he does have value.
And with the nuts, I imagine we will. 250 into 310.
How did he grab 10 chips like that? Or do you think he just grabbed off the top of his pile and whatever he had in his hand was good enough?
I am sure it was a decisive and calculated bet. But also, sometimes I know when I have the nuts, I just grab chips and I put them forward. Spades do miss, which Daisuke unblocks.
Yeah, 7x combos as well.
Like 6-7.
He did have a limp pot,
7-5.
but he would have to have a little bit of something
on the flop to call.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a call and a win. Wow. Really, yes, Daisuke lost the pot, but really excellent out of position play there by Daisuke. Really reaffirming the lesson that I'm trying to learn, which is being less aggressive out of position, more conservative, playing more passively out of position. I can't speak too much on it. It's a new concept I'm still learning, and I'm realizing now is a big leak of mine. Perhaps you can talk to that a little bit more. Why is it that we're so incentivized to play more passively out of position?
Our opponent, if they're paying attention, can put us in some very rough spots, and the wetter the board is, the more passive you're going to want to be. As you know, if you're firing off an overbet on the turn, saying I basically, hey, look, I got top set or something like that, and the board is 8-6, you know, 4-3 with 2 flush draws, half the deck is going to be brutal for you, and your opponent, especially when you have a lot behind, is going to put you in some miserable spots when inevitably half the deck comes through. That is not a card you want to see.
Yeah, because you're just forced to either make a small bet a lot of time on the river or check, at which point they can just blast.
Yes, you can face some very large overbets.
And that's why if your checking range isn't protected, people can just exploit you like hell.
Yes, position extremely important, especially the deeper you get, and they are quite deep considering this final table.
Which is why pros don't just donk rivers when they hit. They check.
Yes.
You can donk some rivers. I've seen some spots where you can. But, folks, you're watching the Superstar Challenge, 25K buy-in. This ain't your local 1-2. Mr. Thomas Ward with the pocket fours from the cutoff off of 40 bigs. We'll race to 2 big blinds. Anson Yu in the big blind with ace-8 offsuit. Off of 15 bigs, we'll jam it in for his tourney life. I'm personally curious about this spot. I'm gonna look it up on Floptimal, which is a pre-flop solver. Off of 15 bigs versus a cutoff open. Big blind with ace-8 offsuit.
And Thomas is going to make the call here with pocket fours. And it's in very good shape due to the folded cards. Anson, 35% at risk for his tournament life.
As far as he knows, it's a flip. I'm sorry to say, it ain't so, but there's still a chance. Off the flop, King 9-7. No good for Anson. Anson, if he wants to stay alive, needs to hit runner straight, or an ace, or an 8. The turn, Jack of Spades, no good.
Does give him a gut shot to the 10, though.
Needs an ace, an 8 or 10. 7 outs, 21% equity. River of Dreams, Queen of Diamonds, and unfortunately, Anson, you will be eliminated here from the Superstar Challenge. Just 2 away from the money, out in 8th place. Good game to you, sir. Anson, you.
Thomas calling the pocket fours there. I'm not sure if that one was theoretically correct.
Theoretically, ace 8 off calls, ace 9 off suited up jams, but versus the jam from the big blind, cut off with pocket fours, fold. 7's up call. 7's up call for 15 bigs. And again, this is considering ICM. Pure chip EV.
But we did see Anson shove the ace 8, which is a little bit wider than theory would indicate, so perhaps he knows that he is getting a little bit wider there.
Such marginally, and just to make those slight adjustments and be right is what separates us, the common folk, from the superstars. That, and sometimes just well-timed investment into crypto. What? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm just spitting facts.
Joseph opening up the king, jack of clubs under the gun. Little min raise to 60K here. Ace 7 of diamonds, very nice hand to look down at the big blind. He's going to flop top pair here. Put himself way in front of the lead. Joseph is going to fire out the C-bet 1/3 into there. 50K. Turn, deuce of clubs. Much better for the big blind here, as Joseph isn't going to have too many 5s in his range compared to the big blind.
Yeah, only ace 5 suited.
And look at that.
Ooh.
He knows how good this card is for him and puts in a very small bet here, 30K.
Yeah. Good board for his range. Specific hand, it's okay. Oh, and Joseph
is gonna
float with the king high.
It was only for 1 big blind.
'Tis but a wafer thin big blind bet.
How much value can you get here? Just to check.
Spades do complete. Check, check. And pair of aces will do. Wow, folks. What an exciting final table so far. You see the bags are coming out. That was the last hand of the night. We have reached the end of level 15. Tang will complete. Terry Tang, a crowd favorite, will complete as our chip leader. We'll be entering day 2 of this event as the chip leader. Again, folks, top 5 get paid out. We are 2 now away from the money. 272,000 US dollars up top. And it's still anybody's game. If you want to find out who's the superstar, make sure you tune in tomorrow, refiring at noon.
Yes, indeed. So 12 o'clock noon, these 7 players will come back to battle for the $272,000 and the Black Lion Trophy up top. 5 players paid. Who are going to be the unlucky 2? Who's going to take it all home? Join us tomorrow at 12. What are you thinking, Greg?
I'm thinking let's get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you back tomorrow at noon. I'm Greg Goes All In. This is Bluffalo Sam, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
したこと